Start recording. All right. So here we are. This is a new thing. So we've been doing the co-learning on Fridays, but a couple of administrative things to get really right into right away. This is just for everybody, but particularly for people who've been following Kubernetes co-learning stuff. So one, I'm actually reading the Discord every day now. I wasn't doing that before. I'm catching up. I'm going to read it all every day, and I'm going to do the moderating myself. And then I'm going to attempt to answer any questions posted to the Discord every day in like an hour long, if not less than that. I wish I could schedule less than an hour, but Twitch only lets you schedule full hours. I don't think I can do it anyway. So look at the Twitch schedule, artofbigshop.tv, /schedule, or it's on Twitch. You can go to the schedule on there. There will no longer be any live streaming to YouTube. So I feel sorry for the people that are on YouTube right now thinking that we're going to do it. And hopefully they'll come over to artofbigshop.tv on Twitch and they'll see it, and they'll know that they can just watch there's millions of ways to watch Twitch without using Twitch. So I'm no longer going to be doing any live streaming of YouTube. YouTube burned me pretty bad recently. I don't want to get into it. They gave me a copyright warning, even though they started capturing and live streaming a video feed I was sending them that had not been authorized. They did it 3 times last week. And so, and I was dual streaming, and I had disabled the live stream on purpose. I hadn't actively made a new one, and they just decided to ignore that and made a new stream. Then they gave me a warning, and they're going to give me a strike if I do it again. So not only is that, but it's, it's kind of rough on the whole affiliate sort of idea. So I'm only going to be streaming to Twitch. And so if you want to see the live stream, you got to be in Twitch. This session is being recorded. So this is a live upload, live recording uploaded into YouTube. And that is also going to let me to cut out anything that might be relevant. I don't know if you've seen the earlier stuff in this particular playlist for Kubernetes co-learning, but 3 hour long stream is already bad enough. There's going to be a lot of wandering and meandering and stuff like that, and some people might want to watch that, some people might not want to. So by having the recording, it gives me the ability to kind of edit it if I need to. I probably won't, because it just takes too much time, but so that's all you really need to know about that. If you want to keep up, you want to be live, you got to come out, you got to go over to Twitch at 12 o'clock on Friday Eastern time, American Eastern time, and you can participate and ask questions like that. But if you have questions and you're watching the video, right? So if you're watching the videos and you want to participate, you can. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to YouTube comments. That's going to be tough. But the first step is going to be, I'm going to try to maintain Discord. So I'm going to be going into Discord and answering questions. If I manage it, I will then move to actually answering comments and responding on YouTube, which is a really big challenge for any YouTuber, anybody, to do that. I mean, that's a lot of time commitment, just that. But. So I'm going to try to assign at least 1 hour a day to read through all the Discord, read through all the recent comments, at least for that day, and answer those questions in live form, as well as making individual one-off videos to answer those questions. So that will be the primary content, video content, daily content that will be going up on YouTube. So anyway, that's just kind of an overview. I'm going to make another video about that all, but I wanted to make sure that the Kubernetes co-learning people got a earful on that, so they know what's happening. If you're not interested in Kubernetes and cloud native, then this is not the place to be. I am being paid for this training time by my employer, so I want to be very, present, and sometimes I'm not always present, and I always make up the time, by the way, because I end up studying the same sort of things during the week or during the weekend. But they give us 3 or 4 hours on a Friday that they officially, which is not uncommon, by the way. If you are new to tech, most tech companies will write off Friday as a learning day, and the good ones will let them, particularly with this shortage. And there's a couple of things that came across my news feed that I wanted to put in the logs today, so we can talk about it. I just want to, I think I'm going to probably use this 3 hour block on Friday to share the most recent news from the cloud native Kubernetes world, and to even look it up a little bit. I kind of follow it during the week, but this is kind of the place to summarize it. It's not going to be really a news channel, but it's a place for discussing it and I'm doing it live. So if somebody else has any input into it, they can let me know. So a couple really huge things came out today. So this week, the first one was the cluster API. So if you haven't been there yet, go look for the Kubernetes cluster API. And I actually am really glad that I read about this instead of just breezing past it in the, and it's actually got kind of it's easier to read it this way. So we'll do it this way for most people. So this is actually the stuff at the top here is another piece of news. So October 11th, which is this Monday, next Monday is KubeCon, KubeCon and Cloud Native. This is the biggest event in all of Cloud Native. So the most significant conference on planet Earth related to this is happening next week. So I should probably put that first. So KubeCon, and I'm happy to announce that that several of our community members, who I will not dox, are going to be there. They're going to be active people, and one of them is actually going to be a keynote speaker. So I can't say which one. There's, I guess, more than one keynote, but I don't think they would even mind telling you. But that they come pretty close to doxing themselves on my stream, so by wanting to tell people that they're doing it. But I'm gonna try to keep it down. Let's just say that somebody who's giving a keynote is one of our regular members. How's that for an Easter egg? It's like an Easter egg. Now, can you solve the mystery and figure out which one? I'm not going to dox you, and I don't know. I think they would be fine with it. But we got a lot of people in our community, so that's not a. I've said many times before that we have influential people from the Kubernetes community on my stream, and I'm super proud of that. That they tolerate me. Let's put it that way. KubeCon and Cloud Native Con is next week. So they're going to have some online stuff. I don't do conferences in general. I just never have. They're just too expensive. And the only reason I would go to a conference would be to meet the people that are talking. In this particular case, I would love to go because some of these people have become my friends through RWX Rob TV. So yeah, this has been a thing. So another huge piece of news, and that's the one I started telling you about, is this. Well, if I can get it, where are you? Old man struggles with keyboard. Okay, so here we go. Access clusters using the Kubernetes API. So this is it. Before we begin, okay, so God, it's like so much different on my computer. It's because it's all blown up. Wait, I don't think this is it. No, it's not. What am I talking about? Access Kubernetes cluster API, kube control config, REST API, kube proxy. No, this is totally different. This is not it. I have to find the right thing. It's called the cluster API. See, this is going to get confusing. I was already confused by this. Cloud people. I was like, because okay, there's a thing called clusterADM. That's probably what we should search for. Yeah. So there's a Kubernetes cloud API, cluster API. There it is. And then there's the Kubernetes API, and they are not the same. They are not the same. And that's what I want to spend some time understanding the difference here really quick. This is a huge thing. In fact, this is going to reshape the way I posted it in the channel. In fact, there's the URL at work. Why didn't I just look there? cluster-api.sigs, which stands for Special Interest Group within the Kubernetes project. So here it is, the Kubernetes cluster API. I'm going to zoom it in for you because it's kind of hard to read, all small like. I mean, that's like a lot. Maybe can I resize this? Okay, good. So this is what this thing is. I mean, this thing is amazing. So this allows you to manage your cluster, including spinning up entire clusters from the clusterADM command. That's crazy cool. If you've heard about things like KubeSpray which I learned this week uses Ansible, uh, and other things like that. This you know that this space is a big deal. So yesterday, officially, I think it was the 6th, version 1.0 of the Cluster API came out. Now, this I don't know what kind of things have been deployed that use this yet, but I think it's really kind of timely that we found out about it right now. Because why? Because last week I was like struggling with what to do, how to register. I mean, how to make a new cluster using not MiniKube, but using actual virtual machine or a cloud or something like that. And I'm trying to figure out the best practice for that. So I just do a whole bunch of kubeadm commands, or something not like that. So I'm just going to read about this. I'm just going to go ahead and straight up read it. Some of you might be in podcast land, so maybe that will help. So the Kubernetes Cluster API. The Cluster API is a Kubernetes subproject focused on providing declarative APIs and tooling to simplify provisioning, upgrading, and operating multiple Kubernetes clusters. This is the new future. This is me interjecting here, but this is the thing. Okay, so this is actually something that we're struggling with at work right now. So there is clearly a demand within our rather large company for more than one cluster, to be able to spin up a cluster with a particular purpose. In fact, if you've been watching my Jupyter Hub work, which I delivered pretty much, I haven't put it in production, but I delivered it this week, then you know that there are certain optimizations that would be great if you could make them in a cluster specific way. For example, Jupyter Hub has a thing called the Prepuller and the hook puller. And what these are is they're daemon sets. A daemon set it's like a replica set. Bottom line, a daemon set runs one, container, pod, whatever, per node within the cluster. And the reason I'm telling you this story is because I want you to get kind of a sense of how this is relevant to the Cluster API. So the Cluster API says, you can spin up clusters and bring them down, and the idea is instead of having multiple, right now in Kubernetes land, right? So the maximum they suggest is 5,000 nodes, right, in any specific Kubernetes cluster. And so you take those 5,000 nodes and you have this big thing, and then you break it all up. And we actually made a really lame diagram the other day of this. And then you kind of segment out all of these little sort of regions or domains, whatever you want to call them, but they're identified by a namespace. So you have app equals namespace, and then all of the pieces, all of the Kubernetes resources that go together within the cluster to make up that app, or that namespace, are the things that bind together that app. And so, in a single Helm chart, you might be pushing out a half dozen resources and making changes to the overall cluster for, roles and stuff. And it's always been kind of problematic because not everything within the master cluster necessarily wants to live together. Do you know what I mean? Some of the stuff might have one set of RBAC rules, and some other stuff might have another set of RBAC rules, and so you kind of get this, this bloat within your cluster. The cluster, I'm a noob here still, but it seems to me that you kind of grow into this sort of bloated cluster that sometimes has interdependencies between cluster components and stuff like that. And so it seems that the architectural evolution of this, which is already present in tons of other, there's actually a huge blog post, actually Chris Nova posted from Twilio, and a bunch of others. I came across the Kubernetes blog. I don't remember where I saw it. I was on my phone. And there was all these people talking about how they've been using the Cluster API and clusterADM to deploy multiple clusters within their company. So rather than having, pushing the boundaries of a single cluster all the way up to 5,000 nodes, and then, creating methods for organizing and managing, logical applications, the control plane is kind of an application, right, within the Kubernetes cluster. Well, it's kind of the same for the other ones too. You're grouping together all of these services and resources that are running within the cluster. And so it seems that the evolution of that is to break those out into their own clusters, and then to kind of, decentralize that further. And a lot of people accuse Kubernetes I mean, I've read at least 3 times now where people are suggesting that Kubernetes is just another mainframe. It's just another centralization model, and I think that that's probably going to change over time. So, and I think that the future of this is to break Kubernetes clusters up even smaller. So rather than have a massive Kubernetes cluster, which compared to like a batch cluster, a batch system, we have batch systems with 200,000 nodes in them, compared to, the maximum of 5,000 in Kubernetes. But I think the trend is going to be to make smaller and smaller clusters that are more specialized. So honestly, I think we're going to start to see application clusters. And this Jupyter Hub project that I was working on would have been a perfect fit for that. Why? Because it has so right now, one of the slow things that we have, okay, so let me paint this picture really quick. And this is all for my own benefit as well as others, because I'm just talking through the lessons I've learned this week. And one of them is that when you have Jupyter Hub so I added the customization, which I made completely on my own. I hacked it myself. There's nothing out there that is doing it that I could find, so I added my own. And you can go look at that in the lab Kate's -0 to Jupyter Hub if you want to read about it. But I added a way to indicate the image, and by saying the image name, typing it in, they could use any one of 100 or more images that they use here at work. And I mean, that's awesome. I mean, that for them, that opens up you have to use one of the standard images you can use, and so it's more productive for our particular environment. Well, okay, so that's all fine and good, right? But that's potentially, so with the Prepuller, okay, so the Prepuller for Jupyter Hub with the daemon set, that's it. So if I have, let's say, I mean, even in our development cluster, we have probably, I would say probably 40 nodes in our development cluster. So when you use the Prepuller and you list the images in your configuration, those images all the images that you list will be automatically pulled using the Prepuller service or daemon set to every single node. And it's a huge impact, because if you make any image change, they all get automatically pulled. And it's kind of, the idea of it is to cache all of the images so that when a user goes to use the image, they don't have to wait around for it to get pulled down. And then depending on how fast your pipes are, your user get annoyed, pulling that custom image down, particularly if you've got a lot of custom images, right? So we had to disable that, and you can turn it off. It's not that bad. But if I were able to do this in its own cluster, we could identify a Jupyter Hub cluster and leave the hook pre-pulling on and all of that other stuff and pre-populate everything and have it be optimized for use for these Jupyter Hub servers. Not only that, but we could decide that we wanted the persistent volume claims and stuff there, the storage, to be managed differently than from our main cluster. So we can make decisions about how that stuff is managed, because maybe it's tied to people's shared name network amounts, or maybe not. Maybe we just let them. We have different policies in general for gatekeeper policies and things like that, which is another thing. So in that particular cluster, everybody's running. We've set it up so that it spawns as their own namespace user, and when that happens, then you've got you got all these clusters running, and so you might want to apply policies there to the whole cluster that are different than someplace else. So now I've learned a little bit about OPA Gatekeeper, which is this the open policy agent way of validating that your stuff is compliant and secure and everything. You can't applying open gatekeeper policies like to a specific namespace. So far, it seems kind of harder than saying, okay, I've got a cluster here, and now I'm going to take this cluster and I'm going to apply OPA policies to that entire cluster, right? And so I can make them very, and all the RBAC rules and everything, all the, the roles rules, the permissions, everything can be completely different, and it can be managed for that that particular application within. Now, Kubernetes has strived to do those same things by being able to use selectors and namespaces and labels and all that stuff within a larger cluster. But the idea of being able to have a cluster with a specific application in mind that's dedicated to a smaller but specific number of servers. I mean, the idea of Kubernetes in general is to make the best of your infrastructure, right? Well, some of that, the thing I'm already finding out with Kubernetes is you can't just throw all of your machines into a huge pool of nodes without some thought. You're going to have, huge machines with lots of CPU. You're going to have systems with different GPUs in them. You're going to have all sorts of different things. And so the idea of just stuffing all of them in there and then letting Kubernetes do the work to, make the matchups and say, okay, you only go on here. I mean, they have node affinity rules that will say this can only run on this machine. So it's like return back to the server idea, because I want this job to only run on this one specific, favorite machine of mine in the whole thing. And you can make Kubernetes do that, but and then use all the other orchestration goodness from it. But the point I'm trying to get at is that people, server administrators, infrastructure people, they want to cluster machines of a given type and scale and size on operating system and stuff like that. So they want to be able to cluster the underlying host machines and nodes. I would sort of separately from the stuff that runs on them. And so I think that's going to be a trend, if it's not already a trend. I think the trend is to move toward clustering hosts that work well together, so that you can get rid of some of the complexity in Kubernetes. I think that the one of the biggest critiques of Kubernetes is completely accurate. It's got way too many complexities. It's like doing a really annoying massive join in a traditional SQL database, where you have to like join all these things together, and this has to have this and this and this in order to get what you want. Whereas if you break off, part of that cluster and say, okay, these machines are only this and that and that, and then you identify your work of a particular type to be run on that, or even if particularly maybe even just a single application, like you have a lot of Jupyter Hub work, or something like that. Maybe that should get its own cluster. And the way that stuff is moving in, according to the team and to this particular announcement this week, I think it's going to be this whole cluster lifecycle thing. I think, bringing up clusters is going to be a pretty regular occurrence. It's going to be, bring it up and take it down, and then we're going to make another cluster for this over here. We're going to have, what I mean? It's going to be like that. And if not, it's going to at least give people the option. And because right now, it's a pain in the ass to bring a cluster online. I mean, let's just be real. It really is. And I've been finding it out even in, local land where you should be able to just start things up and test them. You can't, this is why MiniKube and kind and everything are a thing, but this is what beginners should be particularly interested in too. And I might be getting this wrong, but I have a feeling that this is really going to help beginners, because we haven't even got to it yet, but there's a thing called clusterctl, which you can use to just bring up a cluster, like boom, and it's kind of the Terraform idea, right? Ansible or something. So I'm super interested. I don't know anything about this yet. I'm going to continue reading. Started by the Kubernetes Special Interest Group, SIG, Cluster Lifecycle. The ClusterAPI project uses Kubernetes style APIs and patterns to automate cluster lifecycle management to perform for platform operators. So we're talking about lifecycle management. Hello, yes, hi, Hack the Box. The supporting infrastructure, like virtual machines, networks, load balancers, and VPCs, as well as the Kubernetes cluster configuration, are all defined in the same way that application developers operate deploying and managing their workloads. So this is, if you're an infrastructure engineer or you're in charge of a Kubernetes cluster, one of the huge takeaways of this is no Ruski paimut. Yeah, they'll understand Russian eventually. So the supporting infrastructure. So the takeaway so far for me on this is that I've been saying this a lot lately. I've been saying that that Helm sucks, and that deployment of system stuff sucks. We have our whole system for just we have an entire customized homegrown thing just to deploy Helm charts, which I'm sort of tasked with auditing right now, to just manage the deployment of our system applications. Prometheus, Grafana, God, what are some of the other ones? Jupyter, all the stuff that is, and to make the required changes to the cluster itself. We have stuff for that. We have a rather involved script that does one thing. It just checks to make sure that the machine that's been given to us by infrastructure has passed all the things. It's got swap turned off. It does all of these things, which is really great to read through that script. I'm actually going to probably create my own in Bash from scratch just so I can share it, because I think it's really valuable to know what needs to be in place. Things like NVIDIA drivers and stuff like that, if you're going to use GPU in your cluster. I mean, a lot of tiny little things you probably wouldn't thought of. And these are all little details that are kind of industry wide. They're common across the industry. So this cluster lifestyle thing, being able to write infrastructure managing scripts and stuff in a standard way using the API could be a real game changer. The supporting infrastructure. So this is important. This means you can actually manipulate supporting infrastructure, virtual machines, networks, and load balancers. Virtual machines, networks, and load balancers. These are normally the stuff that are not included in the Kubernetes scope. Now they are. And I've been wishing for this a lot. I've been like, why don't they make an operating system that it's already Kubernetes aware? They have it already, K3OS and stuff like that. But that it just works. Talos is another one. But so yeah, the supporting infrastructure like virtual machines, network, load balancers, as well as a Kubernetes cluster config, not apps, are defined in the same way that application developers operate, deploying, managing the workloads. This means we're going to start to see applications being developed for Kubernetes cluster management that are using the same API. And that's a huge, huge thing, because that means we're going to start to see automation and simplification of cluster creation, which is still the biggest clusterfuck, of Kubernetes to me. So this enables consistent and repeatable cluster deployments across a wide variety of infrastructure environments. So they basically took one from at least an idea behind Terraform or something like it, and said, hey, this is kind of turnkey cluster deployment. And I'm immediately curious to see how they're going to, because you can't deploy infrastructure without, I'm assuming they're using virtual machines here, because you can't, if you've got hardware, you still have to provision the hardware differently, right? So anyway, I'm going to read about this for at least another half an hour, but because I really want to understand this. Using Cluster API, blah, please see the corresponding docs. Why build a Cluster API? Kubernetes is a complex system that relies on several components. This is going to be added to the doc. This is going to get added to probably the CKA, I'm guessing. Maybe not though, because it's an application developer thing. You know what I mean? There might. I bet you. I'm going to predict here. Maybe somebody knows out there. I'm going to predict they're going to add another certification. Yeah, I'm going to predict the Cloud Native is going to add a certification for Kubernetes systems development of some kind, Kubernetes API development. I'm going to predict that. I'm going to predict that on today. What's the day? The 8th of Friday, 2021. It's October. I predict, Artifacts Rob predicts that they are going to add, Cloud Native is going to add, they won't announce it this week or next week, but they're going to add another certification for Cluster API applications development of some kind. So, or they're going to have some way to bless, applications and say, oh, this is Cluster API certified, or something like that, because people are going to want applications that are built on top of the Cluster API, because the person buying it is going to be able to say, oh, this is dependent on the Cluster API. That means they're keeping up with the Kubernetes standard, and they're not homegrowing, the important stuff. They're sticking with the standard. And I think it's also going to mean a much more people are going to home grow their own cluster build systems, I think, which I'm actually super excited to do. I almost would rather learn how to code against the Cluster API than to make my own operator, which I've talked about doing in the past. In fact, somebody shot down my interest in creating operators once they told me how they overburden etcd unnecessarily, because that's not what they were built to do, and they're using it for installation, cluster setup, or internal configuration setup. It's a different thing, but yeah. So why build cluster? Kubernetes is a complex system that relies on several components being configured correctly to have a working cluster. Recognizing this is a potentially stumbling block for users, the community focused on simplifying and bootstrapping the process. Today, over 100 Kubernetes distributions and installers have been created, each with different default configurations for clusters supporting infrastructure providers. That's the problem right there. That is it. There's tons and tons of Kubernetes distributions and installers. There's so many that this needed to be, kind of organized. The SIG cluster lifestyle saw a need for a single tool to address a set of common overlapping installation concerns, and started kubeadm. So kubeadm was the first piece of this, and this is why I think beginners need to know this. This is very timely, as I said, because last week I was talking extensively about moving to kubeadm. Here's my plan. I actually wrote it up. My plan last week was I already did Kind, I did MiniKube. Today for the hours today and tomorrow, I'm actually streaming all 3 days, all 3 weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, this week, because I really need to accelerate my learning on this. We lost a person at work, who is our go-to SME on all this Kubernetes stuff, and so now the pressure is even on more for me to learn it. And so I'm going to be really, really focused on learning this stuff. And VirtualBox and Kubernetes, I have other news to share too. Wall Street has some news about Kubernetes jobs. I'll talk about it in a sec. So VirtualBox plus kubeadm. So as we just read, kubeadm was built by this team. So the special interest group at Kubernetes, which is focusing on lifecycle management of a cluster, made kubeadm, and they're in charge of it. And then they realized it's not enough. But just last week, I was talking about needing to understand kubeadm in order to build my own clusters. And I was talking about, well, what's the other tool that I'm going to use to do that? Am I going to do it in Ansible? Am I going to write a bash script for it? How am I going to, people suggesting Vagrant for VirtualBox, and we talked about cloud platform stuff as well, which is a different beast because some of that stuff, particularly in Google, has been customized, the CNI stuff in particular. So that's a step, right? But getting, a virtual server, VirtualBox or whatever, plus kubeadm was kind of the current, that's where I'm at. And then eventually I want to get on-prem bare metal. But I actually think that the right way to say this is now to say this, plus clusterADM. And even though this is so new, and so somebody told me I can do percentage CPUs in my virtual machines, and I need to talk about that as well. But this is new. So clusterADM was not a thing I would have even considered until last week. And so last week, I read about the 1.0 announcement of this, which includes a tool called clusterADM. And I think, honestly, my initial impression is that clusterADM is a replacement for something like KubeSpray. And we're going to read about that more to get an idea of it. I'm going to focus a lot on Cluster API today because I feel like, as I've always said, I don't want to waste time learning old shit, stuff that, for example, that's the reason I don't care at all about Docker Compose. Very respectable, amazing technicians disagree with me on this, people that I deeply respect, but I ain't got no time for that. I'm going to learn. I want to learn what's going to get me the cluster the fastest. And that is already, coming. One of the biggest questions I want to answer as I go forward reading this is, can I use the Cluster API and clusterADM with an older, version of Kubernetes? And I have a feeling the answer to that is no, but I don't know, because there's the Kubernetes API, which runs within, a Kubernetes cluster. And then there's this other API which obviously can't run within Kubernetes, right? I don't know. We're going to find out. Because, I mean, how is it going to spin up systems if there's no Kubernetes at all? It's a chicken and egg thing, right? So it's possible that we can learn the cluster API and stuff like that as a method of spinning up our own clusters without using kubeadm directly. And we'll see. We're going to see about that. Okay, so kubeadm was designed as a focused tool for bootstrapping a best practices Kubernetes cluster. The core intent behind the kubeadm project was to create a tool that other installers can leverage and ultimately alleviate the amount of configuration that an individual installer needed to maintain. Since it began, kubeadm has become the underlying bootstrapping tool for several other applications, including KubeSpray, MiniKube, Kind, etc. All things that I've mentioned today, right? So, just to say, Kind, MiniKube, blah, right? And I was actually, KubeSpray is the one, I actually discounted KubeSpray. I know people use KubeSpray, but I was like, I don't want to use KubeSpray. I want to use kubeadm by itself first. I want to do it the hard way so that if I needed to use kubeadm, I could. And the argument is, well, why? You don't really need to. Getting the cluster up is irrelevant. I mean, it's outside of the scope of being bound to the Kubernetes version, I hope. So your method of doing that should be able to be free to progress faster than and independently from your Kubernetes cluster. And I think that's the idea. So there's kind of an argument about why not to use KubeSpray, that is really that's what people have been using forever. However, while kubeadm and other bootstrap providers reduce installation complexity, they don't address how to manage a cluster day to day or a Kubernetes environment long term. And this is huge. It's like the other one's like gets you the cluster and then you're done. It's like, well, here you go. You're still faced with several questions when setting up a production environment, including how can I consistently provision machines, load balancer, VPC, etc., across multiple infrastructure providers and locations? Hybrid, right? How can I automate cluster lifecycle management, including things like upgrades and cluster deletion? And this to me, this is huge to a CCAD person. To somebody who's doing application development like me, because if you watch me do the Jupyter stuff all week, I'm constantly bringing the cluster up, or with Kind, I'm bringing the cluster up and down because there's there's pods that get hung and there's things that are changing the cluster, and sometimes I want to change RBAC rules and mess with stuff I would never do even on a development staging cluster. So also if this works, this means it's going to bring a lot of the testing. It's going to localize a lot of the testing. I'm super excited about that because I was able to turn around stuff that was taking me months in Jupyter Hub to do in a matter of like weeks once I got it into MiniKube to be able to iterate on the testing much faster. And then I was able to bring it in, I did that yesterday actually, into our development environment, our development cluster, and resolve the quirks with it running with our private Portis registry, blah, 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 and deal with it that way. So and that wasn't even applications development. That was just tweaking configs and shit. So having a localized environment for certified Kubernetes admins and stuff to like iterate on different lifecycle issues. How am I going to do this? What needs to change here? What about the certs here? Blah, blah, blah. Being able to change all that stuff really quickly is a big deal. How can I scale these processes to manage any number of clusters? There we go. The SIG cluster lifecycle began as a cluster. And there's so many projects that I want to join. I wish my company would sponsor me, be a member of one of these projects, but they definitely are not going to do that. So my contribution will be creating Occam's badges, Occam's credentials to certify people in these tasks, in addition to the training that's already happening by Cloud Native Foundation. So that's going to be my contribution, my primary contribution. If you want to know more about the Occam's framework, which is the Open Credential Merit System, I just wrote about it this week. I'll be posting to ocms.cc. A little plug for that. That's going to be a thing. Might make you going to a training if you share what you learned. Just a thought. I think do you think the followers might rank portal the training? Oh yeah, they might. Yeah, if I could find somebody that would do that, I would definitely do it. Basically, I'm going to say it right now. I'm going to say the money that you people are sending me through GitHub or Patreon or Sub or anything like that, that money is directly earmarked for me to get training and certifications and stuff I have to buy on my own dime. because yeah, uh, yeah, right. So, but a lot of them have done that. They've already sort of bankrolled a lot of this effort, including the boost effort, and the boost effort that I'm writing up is hopefully I don't know. I mean I know people over at Cloud Native now, and at some point maybe once I get this everything baked up a little bit, I hope to be able to bring that together. I'm so politically incorrect. I don't know that the Cloud Native Foundation is officially going to want to be represented by me in any professional way, but the badges and the content and the learning and all of that stuff, I think we can't overstress how much that's needed. In fact, Google is. Well, I'll talk about it more later. That's part of the other news. I mean, should we jump and do the news really quick? So there was two news things. So the Wall Street Journal had an article. Wall Street Journal had an article about how they can't find any cloud people, and I don't remember the link. It's in my Cloud will change your lives. Cloud. So I don't remember where it is. I'll have to go find it. I probably should have saved it. Actually, I might have saved it. Bottom line, they wrote an article about how they can't find anybody. In fact, and Google has got a plan to educate 40 million people as cloud engineers. They're putting tons into cloud education because people are not adopting cloud because they can't get the enterprise technologists to do it. It's like a seriously huge thing. And then there was another, I'm just going to paraphrase. There was another survey from an independent survey company that said that it was talking about certification numbers, and it said that the average age was 40, I think, but that the certified Google Cloud data analyst people, their average salary was like 180, and the second highest paying, most popular certification in the industry right now, and this is not just this was across all the elements of the tech industry. And in fact, the CISSP and all of the other security stuff comes way down on the list after this. The second highest paying certification, according to the survey, and I'll have to find a link, was Google certified, what was it? Cloud architect. And so there's a certification to do all of this stuff. And Google is pushing this stuff a lot, and they're subsidizing it. There was another huge thing I read about on Skillshare someplace about I think it was Amazon is paying for like a ton of people to get free certifications in cloud for AWS because all of these complex systems, these vendors, these big cloud people, and we're not just talking about using the cloud. We're talking about on-prem as well. The skills to do Kubernetes and all. Nobody can learn it because they don't even have the basis of it. They don't even know how to use a fucking Linux command line, let alone how to use kubeadm or a clusterAPI. I mean, there's just no place to begin. And so this is why I'm so focused. I'm kind of sidebarring here, but this is why I'm so focused on trying to get consumable content for beginners. It's hard because I have to organize it and spend my time doing it, and I don't have a lot of time. But that if we can get our legs under us for that stuff, then we can start layering on all these cloud skills on top of that, and then we can do it. But it was like the average salary was 170K. Average. The average salary for somebody who was certified cloud architect from Google was 170K. That's the average. That means if you're good and you've been around the block a while and you have that certification, over 200 easily. Probably if you're doing, architecture stuff, you're probably in the $250,000 range, if not higher, particularly if you're working on the California salary. So this is not made up shit. This is like statistics from Skillshare that they surveyed, and you can go look at it. I'll find all the links to that. I'm going to be posting all that in my Zettelcast thing because I did bookmark it all because I was like blown away. I mean, I've been following Bureau of Labor Statistics and kind of dry organizations like that about where this is going and everything. And so at the same time that I'm getting glutted with news from multiple sources saying companies are suffering because there's the biggest tech shortage for a specific technology in history happening right now. There's the biggest drought for cloud technologists ever. ever. And for a single technology, the biggest one. In fact, it's so big that organizations are actually choosing not to use the cloud. And so all of these cloud providers are getting in on this because they're like, oh my God, these big companies are choosing not to go cloud for whatever reason because they can't get people to administer it because it's complex and it's got a bunch of stuff going on and all this other stuff. And so now they're like, oh, if we're gonna sell our services, we got to educate these people. So now they're like really seriously pushing the training and stuff and helping people learn about it and sometimes paying for them to learn it. So I'm just telling you, as a beginner, and we are in kind of a co-learning session here, I have never felt so overwhelmingly satisfied by my decision to go into cloud native on-prem infrastructure development and administration. Before I was like, should I do security or not? I have no question this is the right decision. Nor do I have any qualms recommending this to everyone else. And this is not because I'm on anybody's payroll. This is because I see the empowerment that this could provide to other people. At some point, if Google reaches their goal, if they get 40K people to do this, another reason I'm kind of liking this is because Google is starting to make money through infrastructure, and I want to believe anyway that Google's doing the right thing there. Any one of them, the centralization of it. Personally, I want to build on-prem services so that people will decide to do more of their things for themselves and not have a dependency on Google and Amazon and Azure. That's my personal goal. But to do that, I got to help teach people how to set everything up for themselves and promote those kind of ideas. So anyway, so the SIG cluster lifecycle began the ClusterAPI project as a way to address these gaps by building declarative Kubernetes-style APIs that automate cluster creation, configuration, and management. Using this model, ClusterAPI can also be extended to support any infrastructure provider, AWS, Azure, vSphere, etc. Or Bootstrap provider, kubeadm is default. Or Bootstrap provider, support any infrastructure. See, this is the part I have a problem with. I don't know about this. What I want to know, okay, so going into this, right now, this I have a feeling that none of this works unless you have an elastic infrastructure provider. So what if I want to do it on-prem? There's no provider, right? Does it make me an Ansible thing and I just run that? I mean, how do you do this with with on-prem hardware? This just makes the option for on-prem elastic hardware even more compelling. It makes me think about what Oxide or Basecamp, whatever AWS is doing. Anyway, I'm again. So the goals: to manage the lifecycle, create, scale, upgrade, destroy Kubernetes conformant clusters using declarative API. The goal: to work in different environments, both on-prem and in cloud. See, okay. To define common operations. Provide a default implementation and provide the ability to swap out implementations for alternative ones. To reuse, by the way, there's no period here. I don't know why they're doing that. To reuse and integrate existing ecosystem components rather than duplicate their functionality. Node, problem detector, cluster scaler. Goal: to provide a transition path for Kubernetes lifecycle products to adopt ClusterAPI incrementally. Yes. Specifically, existing cluster lifecycle management tools should be able to adopt ClusterAPI in a staged manner. Good chance that we're going to see KubeSpray and all those others just morph into using the ClusterAPI, so that all of the code that's using it doesn't get modified. I'd be interested to see if Terraform weighs in and starts doing cluster management as well. Although I think it's a completely different beast. I don't know much about it. Over the course of multiple releases, or even adopting a subset of ClusterAPI. All right, non-goals: to add these APIs to Kubernetes core. All right, so they don't want this to be anywhere near Kubernetes core. The API should live in a namespace outside the core and follow best practices defined by API reviewers, but is not subject to core API constraints. Okay, good. To manage the lifecycle of infrastructure unrelated to the running of Kubernetes conformant clusters. Oh, so there's not going to be any nomad kind of thing, right? There's not going to be... Yeah, I get it. Okay. To force, so non-goal, to force all Kubernetes lifecycle products, KubeSpray, blah, 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 to support and use these APIs. So they don't want to force anybody to do anything. GKE, AKS, EKS, IKS, etc., KubeSpray. So, okay. To manage non-cluster API provisions, Kubernetes conformant clusters. I just answered my own question to this other question up above. The on-prem stuff is, at least locally, it's going to be using the virtual machine, virtual box. It's going to be using. This is also influencing my decision to get a bigger multi-core cluster capable box. I don't have that currently. Is my Steam still on? I think it is. Yep. All right. That doesn't need to be on. All right. So what else we got? A goal is to manage a single cluster spanning multiple infrastructure providers. Oh, they're not doing hybrid. That's interesting. See, this suggests to me that they're like, nah, we ain't doing that. Like, if it doesn't make sense, honestly. I mean, I was talking to my buddy the other day, and he was like, no. It's like, because you have network latency requirements by stuff inside of there. How's it going? So it's duplicate functionality that exists or is coming to other tooling, updating kubelet configuration, dynamic kubelet configuration, or updating API server, control manager, schedule organ. Okay. So what they're saying is they have no interest in making a single cluster span on-prem and beyond. So whatever you want to call that, hybrid clusters. I think hybrid clusters are a bad idea. I do. I think they're at their very core, they're a bad idea. And I know people that are trying to do it. I know people at our work are asking to do it. I actually think it's going to turn out to be an anti-pattern because you have different network dependencies. You can't guarantee network performance. You know, people are like putting the whole reason for gRPC even kind of existing is because they wanted to reduce latency within a cluster. And now you're going to throw in something that's like half a world away in another data center with a different provider. Fuck no, I don't see that as being a thing. We're not talking about that right now. We're doing Kubernetes Colearning. So and I wouldn't go look at it. If you want to ruin your job, go look at the Twitch code leak. Yeah, you'll permanently make yourself unemployable because you'll be tainted having looked at proprietary code. And any project that's related to them or anything related to it, somebody could ask you point blank, have you ever seen any non-proprietary code related to the following types of services? And if you have to answer, if you either have to lie or answer yes, I'm going to make a video about that. Do not look at that code. Don't look at the Twitch dump code. I'm telling you, if you want to ruin your career as a software developer, read all about it. Read all the code. Don't do it. I'm telling you, don't do it. Okay. Admit to nothing. Yeah, lie. I'm not suggesting you lie. I'm suggesting you do the right thing and not fucking read it in the first place. I mean, it might be interesting. I'm super compelled to want to read it. But when I slow down and think about it, I'm like, no, don't read it. So that's, in case anybody's wondering, is like watching this a year from now, they're like, what's going on? So Twitch, all of the Twitch source code got dumped, half of it anyway, got dumped this week. And there's a ton of people that are tainting themselves legally and permanently by reading through the code to understand what they did, making it impossible for them to ever land a project for an enterprise with a legal team doing software development in a related field or a related area, because they will know it's bad enough looking at open source code that's related to it. If you don't believe me, go study the entire Google versus Oracle Java fiasco that went on over a decade and finally ended in the Supreme Court over this very kind of thing, where somebody intentionally or unintentionally looked at code they weren't supposed to and caused this massive battle that Google originally lost and then came back to win. Don't look at proprietary hacked code unless you plan on lying your face off to whoever's going to ask you about it later. And I don't want to do that. So anyway, to duplicate functionality that exists or is coming to other tooling, update kubelet configuration, dynamic kubelet configuration, or updating API server, blah, blah, blah. All right, so that's what it's doing. Okay, back to the Kubernetes cluster API thing. They have a community. They have a place to talk about the cluster API stuff. I actually checked out the group, the SIG Cluster Lifestyle group. So I'm going to show you this. This is where the announcement comes from. Yeah, tons of hard-coded stuff. Yes. So here we have the Cluster API version 1, the production ready release. So this is why this is a big deal. This was October 6th. It's the 8th, so that was 2 days ago. Big deal. This is a big deal. So it's got all kinds of participation from big names out there. All right, so let's read some more on that. They have a meeting on Wednesdays. I mean, this is a really organized project. It makes me really want to get involved because it's so organized. It's just really great. It's really, really well organized. What do we got here? Okay, so quick start. I don't know that I need to get into this. The one thing I do want to read is about the kube. Install and set up kubectl in your local environment. Install kind and Docker. Okay, have that. Install and or configure a Kubernetes cluster. All right. ClusterAPI requires an existing Kubernetes cluster accessible via kubectl. During the installation process, the Kubernetes cluster will be transformed into a management cluster by installing the ClusterAPI provider components. So it is recommended to keep it separate from any application workload. Let's see, during the installation process, the Kubernetes cluster will be transformed into a management cluster. Interesting. That means that the management cluster is going to be the thing that spins machines up and stuff. Huh. That's interesting. A management cluster. I got to get my head around that idea. It is common practice to create a temporary local bootstrap cluster, which is then used to provision a target management cluster on a selected infrastructure provider. I see. So you're gonna have to bootstrap a cluster no matter what, right? Because you can't have a management cluster. I was hoping it was gonna be turnkey. It doesn't look like it, but we'll find out. Choose one of the options below. Existing management cluster. For production use cases, a real Kubernetes cluster should be used with appropriate backup and DR policies and blah, blah, blah. Kubernetes cluster must be at least 1.119. All right, keep config. Kind, warning, kind is not designed for production use. Minimum kind support, yeah. You may need to increase memory, yeah. Kind can be used for creating a local Kubernetes cluster for development environments or for creation of a temporary bootstrap cluster used to provision a target management cluster on the selected infrastructure provider. So this sounds like you might be able to run it under kind, but the thing that it produces, the management cluster that might be running under a bunch of Docker containers on kind, that's what kind is, could be used to create an actual virtual cluster on another thing. Temporary bootstrap cluster. So interesting that kind is now a direct mention. Kind is hands down the lightest weight way to get a cluster on your computer. A tiny one. The problem is you have to install Docker on top of that. I think you can. I'd probably use MiniKube for this. I'm gonna try it with MiniKube because, I mean, it depends on how you install Docker. If you're running Linux, installing Docker is not that big a deal, right? If you're running Windows or Mac, it's a pretty big deal. Because you have to do Docker Desktop, then you have to pay the extra money. Blah, blah, blah. There's no way to get... This makes me wonder if they really thought this through well, because you can't put Docker on a Mac or a Windows machine without using Docker Desktop. And you can't do that unless you buy the proprietary software to do it, unless you're using it for personal use. But I don't want to use anything that's not FOSS anyway. So I question this decision to use kind of Docker right here. I wish somebody that's more involved would know about that. Most of the people that know Kubernetes stuff right now are packing and getting ready to go to KubeCon. We're not going to have very much Kubernetes participation today, obviously, because they're all in the air and flying and getting hotels and stuff like that, because they're all going to KubeCon next week. So normally they're here like talking like crazy. So, okay, you may need to increase memory available for containers. Recommended 6 GB. Jeez. Kind can be used for creating a local Kubernetes cluster for development environments, or for we did that. All right. The installation procedure depends on the version of kind. If you are planning to use the Docker infrastructure provider, please follow additional instructions. So, kind or Docker, kind cluster with extra mounts.yaml. Yeah. extra mounts. This is how you get. This is how you run the. This is going away though. This is troubling because this is like building a hard-coded dependency on the socket, which is not what's up in modern container stuff and Podman and all that other stuff. Doesn't use it anymore. So, concrete cluster, kubectl cluster info, install clusterctl. So this is the next piece. So this is interesting. Install clusterctl binary with your curl on Linux. Really? Is it that easy? I already have kind on here, so well, let me actually try something. I'm gonna follow along with this. MK. I'm gonna see if I can do all the same thing with MiniKube. I think you can. So I'm gonna do MK profile, MK create. I'm just gonna create a default. What is it? Start, right? No, I don't want start. I want, what do I want? I can't remember. Podcast AV, delete dashboard. I want, I think it's profile list. Let me do that right. It's profile, isn't it add? Is it add? No, I can't remember what one is. I think it's just start and then you have to give it a profile name. Yeah. -p. I mean, what do we call it? Call it management. If I can spell it, management. So 2 CPUs. I should probably give it more memory, but we'll see what happens. I can always delete this. So this is MiniKube. I'm using the VirtualBox driver. So if you want to use MiniKube, install VirtualBox. 2, install MiniKube. Boom. That's it. That's all you have to do. You don't have to install Docker or anything else. So, and I'm like pretty back level on this. I think they're at the 1.23. MiniKube's catching up with Kind in a lot of ways. I really think it is. It's kind of a competition. It's kind of cool to see. So I have a feeling a lot of that. Yep. So. All right. So what do I got? K. Wait, contexts. What are my contexts? I got kind. Oh, that's right. Kind is still there. And I got the management one that's running. Default namespace. Okay. So let's do. I mean, I got kind too, but let's run the installer. So, I mean, I got a cluster. It's totally. I'm trying this with MiniKube just cause. So is this a curl-l -l cluster? See, oh, good people. Make it binary. Move the binary into your path. Really? I'm gonna have to make an installer for that. Because you know me. No, MiniKube and Rancher OS is a no. Big no. It doesn't model an enterprise environment. The end. It's cool as hell. But it doesn't model an enterprise environment. So that would be a big no. I already made that decision a long time ago. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's all I have to say about that. Install. I'm going to copy install Helm or kind to install, what is it called? ClusterADM. Install ClusterADM. Oh boy. All right, curl. We're gonna curl it down. And then what? Chmod. clusterctl. Let's install this into temp. Actually, no. Let's just install it right directly into our scripts directory. Wait a second. Is it just a script? Like that all? I could just copy it and be done with it. It's that easy? Oh god, I'm just adding it to my scripts then. Yeah, this is like fucking easy. I don't have to do this. I don't have to. I can just get rid of it. Just make sure I get the latest. God damn, that's awesome. Oh boy. All right, so cd into the scripts directory. I mean, no, we can just do the thing. Yep. Schmucks. clusterctl. Commit. Wait. Make sure it's got. Oh god. It's binary. I didn't realize. I did not realize. Well, it doesn't belong in there then. It belongs in my bin. Yeah. Where did I can't remember if I cached config local bin or not. Just give me a sec. I'm all right. Local. Yep, there it is. Yep. So that's what I do with that. I need to go into .bin Linux. Yeah, let's go put it next to tmatrix. Assuming tmatrix still works. Yes, okay. cd bin Linux x86-64. God, it's like raining like crazy out there today. Schmucks. Yep. cd scripts. Damn it. Shit. Okay. I gotta remove the one that's here now. Cluster. Yep. Remove that one. Alrighty. clusterctl. How about this? Nope, because it hasn't been symlinked. Which makes me wonder how the tmatrix got installed. Let me go check real quick. I'm just trying to figure this out. How did tmatrix get installed? I'm wondering how that symlink happened. If that was a setup thing or not. I think it might have been. Yeah. Wait. Just give me a second. So git grep. I'm just trying to figure out how I did this so I can go back and find it. There we go. Scripts tmatrix exec usual local bin tmatrix fade blah blah blah. Setup. Yep. All right. So it goes in my setup script. Yep. I don't want to break this. So we'll put clusterADM. I should probably do that with kubectl too, honestly. Yeah, run that through bash. And we should have a clusterADM now. Or not. Where am I? Wait. That slash bin clusterADM. All right, so that's working. Dot local dot bin. Uh-oh. GitHub.bin Linux x86-64. Did I put it in the wrong place? Where did I put it? Oh. Wait. These are not installed with any. These are not installed with anything except they are here for convenience. That's not true. All right, so sorry for the shell scripting pause. I just want to, once I add it to my system, I want it to work. So I'm wondering why my setup didn't work. SF pw bin Linux x64 clusterADM to home local bin cluster ADM. Yep. pwd. This should have worked. Oh, is it CTL? Oh, Safaric, thank you for catching that. Thank you so much for catching that. It's not cluster ADM, it's cluster CTL, right? I've been calling it the wrong thing the whole time. God damn it. I have. I'm an idiot. Every time, okay, so rewind. How's it going, Sapphire? So it's cluster CTL, derp. I got it confused with this, so now it's like, yeah. Yep. No, I feel dumb. But I'm glad I put it in my installer because I caught that. I would never have caught it if I had not done that. Yep. And then I'll just run that. And that should be it. Yeah, there we go. Now, we need to get the completion. So I got to add that to my bash RC. So I assume it's the same kind of shit because it probably uses Cobra, which I hate. Doesn't matter. Everybody uses it. That's not changing anytime soon. Cluster CTL, completion bash. I'm guessing. That's what I did. Oh my god. How many lines is this one? That's not too bad. That's not too bad. No, it's usually a lot worse than that, right? So I'm adding this to my bash RC along with all the other fucking completions. So I don't think I'm gonna have a shortcut for this, to tell you the truth. I just don't. Cluster CTL. Cluster CTL. Put that. Oopsie. Cluster CTL. Completion bash. That's how you want to source it. You never want to eval. It's effectively the same thing, but better. So are we going to make a shorter version of that? I'm definitely not going to do it with C or CL. Those clear my screen, so I'm not going to be doing cluster CTL very much. I mean, come on, let's just be real. Cube CTL I'll be doing all the time, but not that. So reasons x bash reload my environment, and I should get completion now. Huzzah! And I don't even know what it does. So time to go back and read the doc. All right, we did all that. Moving path to binary, did all that. Cluster version. Just, yeah, we did that. Initialize the cluster management. Why would it tell me it's not the latest? Cluster version major, minor, get version 1, git commit, git trace. That's cool. I like that all of the versions things use the same thing. I like that they're the same. Like, see this, they use the same version idea. It makes me want to find what that code is. I kind of want to use whatever that code is in applications that I make. I think it's cool to put that standard string. Make me want to put it into like command box or something. You know, nothing is ever complete. That's why we bash it. Hell yeah. So now we've got a cluster installed and all the prerequisites in place. Let's transform the Kubernetes cluster into a management cluster. Okay. So you bootstrap a cluster, and it doesn't have to be big. Wow, this is going to get crazy. Because you have to have a cluster to make a management cluster to make other clusters. That's exactly what you have to do. That's like a number of steps. So no wonder people are confused. I mean, I understand why, but let's do that. Okay, so config get context. I want to make sure I'm not going to blow something away. Okay, so we're going to transform the current cluster. This seems to me like they should put a big warning sign. I don't know. I think they should put a big warning because it's going to transform, i.e. destroy and replace your current cluster. Can you imagine being connected to the wrong cluster context right now? There better be a prompt for this, because if there's not, that would be disastrously bad. Nope. I was like, I'm gonna go blow your cluster away right now. Waiting for the cert manager. Okay. Oh my god, it's getting us certs and everything. This is so cool. This is cool. All right. Why are you waiting for the cert manager? Okay, installing cluster provider. Target namespace capi. Wait. You can now cluster generate. Okay. Installing provider control plane Kubernetes version target namespace. Blah blah blah. K get pods all. No, K describe. There we go. K describe all. Is it dash all? Damn it. K get what? K get pods dash all. Fuck. I don't know. I suck. God damn it. Is it Gabalay? Oh, fuck. Thank you. Yeah, there it is. So this is what we got. So when we ran our init script, it created that. What the hell is it? It's a pod. Bootstrap system, control plane system. God, it's stuffing an entire control plane in a single pod. Thanks for the follow. Cap system, cert manager. What? 3 cert managers, really? Look at that. Oh, that's the namespace. So the cert manager, it looks like it was an application. Look, it had the cane injector, which is a thing. It looks like it's a different, yeah, it's a different thing. Huh. Kube system, which is the normal stuff. There's a lot of them though. Oh no, that's the normal Kubernetes stuff. Coordinates. This is the stuff that was installed by MiniKube. Right. Okay. So. What do we do now? All right. Automatically adds to the list the cluster API core provider. Okay. And if specified, it also adds the kubeadm bootstrap and kubeadm control plane providers, which we did not do. I didn't know that there were control plane providers and bootstrappers. Initialization for common providers. Oh, you have to use a provider. Shit. Docker as a provider? This is where they're into kind again. No wonder MiniKube. This is going to be interesting. Because I think the Docker command is not going to be associated. Yeah. I think I have to take, my Docker container is using kind. So I actually want to stop the Docker container instance. I don't know how to do that. I honestly don't know how to stop Docker. Docker stop. I want to get rid of Docker Engine on here. I know how to do this. The other way I could do this is I could set my context to use the Docker from within MiniKube. I'm doing stuff outside. I'm like going outside the rails here, but packet provider, no, because I don't want to use a provider. I want to use my own local thing. The Docker provider is not designed for production use, intended for development. This is not making me happy. I was afraid of this though, because I was afraid of this. This is like, no, you have to use a cloud provider at the end. Right? And I have a DigitalOcean. I can totally do this. But I don't want to. It does not require additional prerequisites. An infrastructure Docker. If we do this, it's just using kind. It's going to make a bunch of Docker containers. I absolutely know that this will work with MiniKube if we just do it right. So we have to do the MK. What is it? I have to take over the Docker environment, the Docker env. See this? The control plane node must be running for this command to start a cluster run. I think it already is, right? Yeah, okay. So, oh, that's because that's the default. All right, so if I do mk docker env, actually, no, let's do this. mk profile management. That's going to change the default there. So if I do docker env, it'll print the Docker. See this? Okay. So this is my local stuff. Now, if I can execute this. So I can do source docker env. So now when I do docker ps, it'll give me, yeah. God, look at it all. Look at all my Kubernetes pod stuff. All right. So if it uses Docker for installation in this shell, since I changed it, I should be able to do this command, init infrastructure Docker, and have it run Docker fetching providers. This is gonna be interesting because it's only got 2 CPUs and like 3. Was it? Yeah, my machine's like not happy. I might lose my stream here. I have no idea. Well, it's done already. So skipping install cert manager is already installed. Installing provider infrastructure Docker target namespace waited due to client side throttling. That's an API request from Docker. I mean, from Kubernetes. That's kind of cool. I got client side throttled. And then what? The output of ClusterNet is similar to this. Got that? Yep. You can now create your first workload cluster by running the following. Oh, wait. Wait. When we did our init, did we do init already? We did. Shit. I did init, but I didn't do. I wonder if that changed it. How do I delete it? Cluster delete. At least one of core bootstrap control plane infrastructure should be specified, or the all flag should be set. I'm going to do all these steps again. This is very scary. All right, so that wasn't fast because it's Docker, right? So cluster init infrastructure Docker. See, that's right. Okay. All right. So, boom. It must use. I wonder if it used Docker by default. I'm gonna think it did, because we didn't provide it. I think it's doing it by default. Okay, there we go. clusterctl generate cluster. What? Generate cluster. Foo. Kubernetes. Version Yeah, that's new. It didn't used to do that completion like that. They've got a new version of Cobra in there. Kubernetes version 1.22. Oh, and it's going to give me a... I did! Filter read... What is it? 1.2.1? Let's see. Filter read cluster template from providers, repository, infrastructure, Docker. Filter download files from GitHub release 1.0. Filter get file cluster template. Blue. Okay, I'm going to try to do the most recent. What are you talking about? What's the most recent version? Is it... I did it without the equals and it was fine. Oh, I think I need V in there. Oh, no, I put V in there on accident. No, I did not. I did not do that. Maybe I need to. I have a feeling there's not a 1.2.0. It's like 2. Whatever the fuck. Huh. Infrastructure Docker failed to download files for GitHub release 1.0. Failed to get file reverse 1.0. I don't think we can do that. Lastest. No. Lots of good tries though. I think we probably have to do 2.1. I bet you 2.2's not up there yet. What do you bet me? I thought 2.2 is the current version. What is the current? .17, no. 1.22. .2. .2. Well, oh, you know what? I lost my environment. Yep. That might have been a problem. Yep. I don't know, but we'll see. MK. I mean, maybe not. Okay. All right. So fine. So seal cluster control generate 1.2.2. We just confirmed. All right. So we did init. We need to generate now. Generate cluster name foo. Generate cluster foo. Kuber. I mean, that's a big fucking version 1.2. That's a fucking semantic number. I don't know what your problem is. Failed to read cluster template from providers. So apparently this is not ready for prime time. So, because we did it exactly right. Alternative variables. Oh, wow. You can put them in clusterctl.yaml. Nice. Why didn't they use the standard configuration stuff? Come on, guys. Come on. You should at least approve of XDG and then use that. And then if you want to bail, that just pisses me off. That's laziness. That's just pure laziness. I might have to contribute that or open an issue for that. Cluster command use. Wait. Did I get the wrong thing here? Name. Oh, maybe name is wrong. Is this the name of my cluster or the name? Yeah. Name. Okay, structure. Okay. Workload cluster generate a workload. If only the AWS infrastructure was deployed, it detects and uses it when creating a cluster. What topology? Generate cluster command document. We did that. Verification common providers. Cluster version. Oh, do you have to put a V there? Maybe I have to put a V there. Nope. A control plane. YAML file. My cluster with predefined list of APIs. Apply my cluster. See any infrastructure provider to do this. My cluster Kubernetes version. Oh, do we have to do infrastructure? We already knows what infrastructure we're using. We're using Docker. We're using Docker infrastructure. Oh, it doesn't have one. Look. Failed to read cluster for providers repository infrastructure Docker container. So it doesn't support infrastructure for Docker. Yeah. It doesn't support it. So if we do infrastructure DigitalOcean or something, let's try it. That's what's up. The rest of it's fine. So it's got to be that infrastructure GC, was it GCP? I don't know. AWS. It would have identified version provider automatically. Please specify a version. What the fuck? Oh. There's a bunch of bugs. Yeah, maybe we need to get busy submitting these. Yeah. Oh god. Filter download files to get a release. Blah, blah, blah. Fill to get file. ClusterTemplate.yaml. From providers, repository, infrastructure, AWS. Failed to download files from GitHub release 0.4.1 failed to get file cluster file. Well, your instructions suck. So far, I'm not impressed. Like you can go get it from a config map. That's cool. GitHub or local file system folder. Use the front flag to read cluster templates stored in GitHub repository or in a local file system folder. Cluster templates from my repository template. YAML to my cluster. Oh, so it's like, is this Helm templates? It's like Helm templates for clusters. Okay, I'm starting to get scared. I'm starting to get scared. I don't want Helm for clusters. That's what this is. I'm starting to get the feeling. Generate cluster. Oh shit. This has been a good. I'm glad we're dabbling in this. This is so far nothing's working, and I mean the base Hello World application doesn't work because it can't find the repositories because the default configurations are not set to see where those would be, and that's just not cool. Filtering cluster YAML from provider's repository, infrastructure, Docker. Filter download file, get release one. I don't even know where it's trying to download it from. Yeah, I don't know where it would even try to be getting it from. So to read cluster templates, store and get a report in a local system. Yeah, that means that the internally managed defaults are not working. So that's a big deal. Which I mean, this is all bullshit. None of this works. So target namespace flag to specify a different target namespace. Oh, that's cool. Generate YAML files. We just did this. Oh. Worker machine count. Okay, wait. Cluster my cluster, Kubernetes version. Control plane machine count equals 3. My cluster, for example. That does not work at all. All right. So Docker. Maybe there's something special we missed. Oh, look at this. A list of service CIDR default. CIDR default. Okay. The Docker provider does not require additional configurations for cluster templates. However, if you require special network settings, you can do the following. I disagree with that because I just did it and it didn't work. Oh my God. Maybe we did miss some stuff. Oh, look at this. Cappy quick start. Wait, no, Docker. All right, right. I spoke too soon. All right, so generate foo flavor development. Kubernetes version. I did that. Control plane. Do you have to have those? Maybe it's because I don't have flavor quick start. God, I hate dash options. I hate them. Oh, you have to have a flavor. All right, so flavor is not optional. Flavor is not optional. We just learned that. Flavor is not optional. All right, so this is cool. More YAML, as if you thought you were going to get free from YAML. Sad, sad moment. Not happening. Wait, I already generated it. Yep. So how do I check it? Oh, I did it directly without putting it into a YAML file. You know what that means it did? It put it into my MiniKube. What did it do? It made a cluster, but I have no idea where. I mean, and it didn't set my contexts. This creates a YAML file, predefined list of cluster API objects, modified major choice editor, generate cluster more details. All right. Apply. All right, I already did. We did this, created all this stuff. What? Oh, this is accessing the work cluster. Get cluster. I did that. It didn't make it. It did not make it. Let me try again. See, I thought I was just going to print YAML data. And it didn't. It actually made it. Wait. Failed to get repository client for the infrastructure provider with name Docker. Error creating the GitHub repository client. Failed to GitHub. What did I do different? What did I do differently? Failed to create repository version. Rate limit for GitHub API has been reached. Please wait 1 hour to get a personal API token or get a personal API token and assign it to GitHub token environment. Oh, I'm rate limited on GitHub. That sucks. All right, fine. I'll get my API token. I will. I didn't want to do that. Besides, who wants to put this in an environment variable? Then everybody have my API token. I'm not doing that. Who the fuck writes code like that? Okay. That's got to be, we've got to be able to put that in a file. That is really lame. You should not be putting tokens in your environment variables. People, it is fucking bad practice to do that. Your environment's visible by anybody on the system. It's not protected. You should be putting it in a file, and you should probably be perturbing it in the file in some way. I hate that people encourage this. They should know better than this. This is why Kubernetes is getting a bad name. Because this is fucking horrible practice to put a GitHub token. I can't do that because I can't stream it anymore. Now I can't. Anytime I do an env command, you would see my environment and see my token. No, I'm not fucking doing that. That's like ridiculous. It's stupid. It's really fucking stupid to suggest doing that. God damn it. They said that you can put this stuff into a YAML file, which is fine. It creates the YAML file, blah, 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 with a predefined list of cluster API objects. It also said you can use the templates from a local location. So I just need to figure out where it was pulling it from and then go git clone that and point directly to the template file. That's the way to go do that, because then I can bypass all this shit and just have it pulled from a file locally and not hit the GitHub API at all and not have to make a fucking token for it. That's the way to do this. All right. So meaning of that, it's 2:03. I'm almost done here. It says up here, but if you don't want to do this, you can put it in a thing or whatever. Where did it say that? It said, there you go. For more environment variables in the guide, you can also set them. For most environment variables in the rest of the guide, you can also set them in here, which is the only thing I ever want to do. I don't even know if I need a token API for this anyway. It's like, what kind of token is it? Do I need a read-only token? Do I need an application token? It doesn't say what kind of token. It doesn't specify the access the token needs at all. It says, please whenever you get a personal API token, assign it to the GitHub token environment. For rate limit for GitHub API has been reached. Project client for okay. I'm pretty sure I want to put. So where are all the templates stored? I wonder if they're going to tell us. Generate cluster more details. Okay. In cluster, I want to see where the templates are stored. Where are the default templates stored? Config maps, my cluster, GitHub local file system. Yeah. From flag to read cluster templates stored in a GitHub repo or in a local file system. My org, my repo, my template. No. All right. I want to see where those templates live. Where do the default templates live? Yes. This is yes, please. I would like that. This is bad. This is dumbass decision to do that though. They should have used os.user_config home. What the fuck? All right. So it's like a standard Go thing. It's also cross-platform, by the way. I don't understand why they did this at all. I think that's a huge mistake, and now they have to support it forever. Tiny little thing, but not. Okay, the clusterctl design is work. Cluster provider contract. Okay, fine. No, I want to see where these things live. Provider contract variables, blah, blah, blah. Base credentials. Provider substitution, thank God. Cert management config. Cert manager. I like that it does all the cert management stuff by itself. That's pretty cool. That's kind of annoying. Overrides layer. In injected provider components, cluster templates and metadata by default that reads from the files. Okay. Yep. Overrides. The developers want to generate the overrides. You know, it's a good thing that YAML allowed last wins by default in its formatting. I think it was kind of an accident because I think it should be considered a syntax error in YAML to include the same key twice, which you can do, right? It's like a happy accident in YAML. I should probably make a video about that. All of this overriding shit that's been done in all of the YAML stuff is all because of what I think was a happy accident that allows you to have two values in YAML that can override each other and next to each other. You could have like hub. I'm thinking of Jupyter Hub, right? And then and then you can have a whole, stanza of stuff there or whatever section. And then you can have another one down below. And all the stuff from the latter one blows out the one from the beginning one. All of it. Yeah. So if you have a hub, that means the other hub, it's not like it incrementally merges them. It blows the whole freaking thing out. I've seen this before. Actually, on the job, I was in somebody's configuration file and I was like, you've got that defined twice here. And they never detected it because the one that they kept changing was always the last one instead of the first one. But if they had forgotten which one to change, it would have blown up. So it's a real big gotcha on YAML that YAML counts on. Frankly, it counts on it because they essentially like cat all the YAML files together and then into one object. I mean, I don't. Maybe they're doing more of that. Maybe they're actually doing some sort of overlay where they're incrementing through the two different data structs and then they're like only merging the one from the other. Overrides. Actually, yeah. Yeah, that's why I added to my confgo. I added an overwrite because that's a common thing that people want to do between two configs. They want to take one config and say anything that's in here, I want it to override the other one. Otherwise, leave it the same. So it's pretty common. Cluster my cluster flavor dev. Oh, look, it's lowercase. I mean, it's shorter. AWS infrastructure. V5 will provide verbose logging, which conform. Ooh, let's try that. Dash V5. That's, oh, fuck. Fucking shitty Cobra. Fucking hate Cobra. Hate it. They need to throw the whole fucking thing out and redo it. Why don't you get on the team? Because no, just no. It's so horrible. We're stuck with it forever. Yep. Generate cluster command, generate cluster template. Well, there we go. That's the template we're looking for. Uh-huh. I mean, that's... Let's see. New repository client. Cluster API command. Cluster... Client repository. New client repository client workspace. Cluster client. Repository client.go. No. A new repository client. So, yeah, it's not going to tell us. It's not going to tell us because it was an API request. So it happened on the back end of our cluster management cluster inside of that. So we're never going to be able to see what it tried to get. Yep. Fucking hate Cobra. What's the main? Okay. Yep. No joy there. I mean, the only way we're going to be able to get this to work is to do what I was talking about with the whole pull down the template. And I can't find where the templates are stored because it's not mainstream user data. It's supposed to just work and it doesn't. Because I can't fight with this fucking GitHub API shit. It's like, I don't know. What if I just made a read-only token? Would that be enough? Let me try that. Let me try to make a get a read-only token really quick. Read-only personal token. I think a personal token is like not the same as the application token though. I haven't done it in a while. It's like, it's different. So you go to settings. It's not keys. I think it's under applications. Applications. Repositories, packages. Authorization, GitHub apps, OAuth apps. Apps. Use secure key, use your password. I mean, I could use my key. Give me a second. I don't think that's the one anyway. I'm trying to find interaction limits. What's this about? Temporary restricted interactions to users. Nope. Repository collaborators. Nope. Excuse me. Account security. Is it under personal tokens? I think it's under. No, it's not that. Two-factor, no. Recovery codes, no. Fallback SMS, no. Sessions. I don't remember how to add a personal token. I think it's not under security analysis. Let's go look here. No, dependent bots. Nope. I want to say it's under apps. I'm pretty sure it's under apps. But I can't look at them because I have to authorize them. Permission updates, requests. Authorize OAuth apps. Authorize GitHub apps. GitHub apps augment and extend your workflow on GitHub with commercial open source. Authorize GitHub apps. Okay. I'll turn this off for a second. Use security key. I love that you can use keys through the web now. It's kind of cool. You can use hardware keys over the web. I think that's so cool. I don't have to remember passwords or anything. So I'm still kind of nervous here, so I don't want to do anything else for a second here. Just give me a bit. Authorize OAuth apps, notify replit, no. Revoke all access, no. Where's my personal application? Nope, nope. Authorize OAuth apps, no. God damn, I gotta turn some of this stuff off. Where are they? I don't see how to get personal tokens saved. I'm gonna have to go look this up. So, okay. It's not under SSH. It's not under Git. Personal access to control using password authentication, security progression. I haven't been used in a while. All right. Auth login. Oh, right. Read the web browser instead for more information. Blah. You're gonna be for command line. That's why this is the last time I did one. It was for the GH command line. How's it going? We're doing good. We're doing cloud stuff. We're playing around with the cluster API, clusterctl. Verify email address. Upper left, upper right. Settings, developer settings. Oh, all right. Well, that would explain it. Hang on a sec. Okay, so customer settings. What's it say? It said, but I went to developer settings. Oh, there it is. Okay. This token's about to expire. Tokens you have generated that can be used to access GitHub API. Yeah, I got my CLI stuff. Okay. Generate new token. But it's going to say how big a thing. I'm going to say, what should I say? Read. Expiration 30 days now. We'll say no. It's just redo. Set expiration token, keep it strong. Yeah. Full control of private. No, fuck no. Repo status, repo deployment. Nope, 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 nope. Delete admin. Admin org, nope. Admin public key, nope, nope, nope. Create gist, nope. Notifications, nope. Read all user profile data. Update all, no. Read user data. All right. access user email addresses. Delete repo, no. Write discussion, no. Admin enterprise, no. Fuck. That's... Read and write team organ. There's nothing here. Full control private repos. No. No, absolutely not. Updated work of no. It's like, why would I have to have a personal token for all this shit? Can I make one that doesn't have any of these things clicked? I think I can. I can make a personal access token that has no access. Some cloud clusters, some advanced stuff. It is. See you, Seth Eric. Bye. Yeah, I'm going to be leaving too in half an hour. So generate token, an absolutely useless token with no permission to do anything. That I'm now going to put into a stupid ass configuration file. Make directory. I can't show you this though because reasons. So actually I can show you this part. Well, probably not. Let me just I should do this without that. So clusterctl / what did they say we could do? It's like they said we could use something. Oh, cluster-API. No, that's not it. It's what it's called. Provide a clusterctl config files located at cluster-API. Clusterctl can be used to customize list of providers, provide configuration values for variable stuff, define image overrides, provide providers. No, I want that. I don't want that. This is why if they used a standard naming, it would be better. If they didn't, so I have to go find it, which is really boring. But where is it? We're going to. God damn it! My feet are cold. I think I have bad circulation in my legs, even though I've been running lately. Cluster configuration file can be used as an alternative. Of course, I've been sitting here for 2 hours. clusterctl configuration can be used as an alternative file. All right. Home cluster API clusterctl.yaml. All right. Cluster-API / clusterctl.yaml. clusterctl.yaml. But it doesn't say the format. So define image overrides for air-gapped environments. Yes. Cluster repositories, providers, for contract variables. When installing a provider cluster, reads the YAML file, publish, blah. Values for environment variable substitution. Well, the environment variable takes precedence. Interesting. Okay. So GitHub _token. God, if it dumps it to my screen, I'll be pissed. I'm gonna be pissed. Of course, it's just a read-only token. That's why I did this. It's a read-only token. So let me try it, and then I'll turn it back on. Cluster. What was the one we were doing? Flavor development. I just said it. They lied. They lied. clusterctl config file. I just put this in the clusterctl config file. It's not working. Alrighty. Let me make sure I got this right. So, yep. I wonder if I have to call it env or something. I'm installing a provider cluster adds the YAML file that's published in the provider repository. While executing this operation, it can substitute certain variables. Values for an environment variable substitution. Config file and in the okay, fine. Give me a fucking example because I don't see it so far. Yep. Overrides layer. Cluster CTL uses an overrides layer to read in injector provider components. Cluster templates and metadata. Oh my god. This is horrible. This is horrible. Infrastructure components. No. Overrides folder. No. Image overrides. No. How do I set a fucking environment variable without doing it? Just pull up the cluster API handbook. Bootstrap just means you got to have a cluster so you can make a cluster to make a cluster. So that's why they suggest using Kind or MiniKube, because those are already clusters. Yeah, they wrote the software so that it requires a Kubernetes cluster to work, which means you have to have, even if it's a tiny one, you have to have a Kubernetes cluster already or it won't work. And the only way to get one if you're a beginner is to put MiniKube or Kind on your machine. So it's an extra step. I thought maybe they were gonna have a command line thing that was gonna do that for us, but yeah, I didn't think of that either. I mean that's kind of a count against them. Because like, why am I not doing it with just kubeadm? You know, at that point, right? I mean, one of the reasons I'm going to try to do this is because I think if I do it this way, it will actually have all the kubeadm cert stuff in it. That will still work. So I don't know. We're going to find out. Yeah. Oh, all right. So it says, shit, I just cannot find any reference to it. Cluster API cluster CTL YAML. For most environment variables in REST, you can also set them in blah. Cluster init. Core, bootstrap, cluster, CTI, AVS, namespace, init, target namespace, providers. This is not easy to use. Are set in advance. How can you know which variables a provider requires? I don't know. Labels? No. Providers? Cert manager? Nothing. Nothing. There's not a single reference to setting environment variables in this entire thing. Bad docs. Providers can use variables in the components YAML published in the provider's repo. Yeah, but it has to be in the component. You didn't tell us the component infrastructure. You told me how to do overrides. I don't want to do overrides. How I get Bitcoin? No. Why would I give a shit? So cluster configuration for more info about provider repository configurations. Yeah, I'm not buying this whole ENV, you can just set it thing. Because first of all, they're not providing a single example of an actual configuration file. If they did, you could look at it. God damn, why haven't people learned that shit? I mean, it's such a basic thing. Here's how you overwrite it in an environment variable file. You can do it in the following file. No example how. I swear, people who write docs just don't. I probably do the same, but they just don't think it through. It's like they have all these things about how you can do it, but they don't tell you. They don't give you an example of the thing. So you can't use the most natural way to learn it by looking at it. So we're left. The only other option is for me to set that as a GitHub environment variable, which I fucking hate doing, but I'm going to do it. GitHub _token equals Yeah. This is not making me happy. I'm eventually going to pull down. If I can figure out where the fuck these things live, I'm gonna have to trace the URL. There's all kinds of stuff I want to help them with. I guess is the right word. GitHub underscore token. Sorry that I can't show you any of that, but I just don't want to take a chance. Let me just do the generate, see if it works. Oh, fuck. The export's on the command line because I didn't not do it that way. Shit. I forgot. Did you guys know if you put 2 spaces in front of your commands, it will not be added to the history? So if you're setting tokens and shit. I forgot to do that, though. Yeah, but I don't want you to see it in my history because it's right there. Right? So I forgot about that. That's something that has new relevance. I got to make a video about that because if you're a streamer in particular, that makes a lot of relevance because then it wouldn't show up in your history. If you do an env, it'll show everything, which is dumb. But I have to edit my history. I have to because now my token's in my history and I'm going to show up every time I go through it. It's a pain in the ass. This is why fucking environment variables should never be used for this shit. Stop, Rob. I have to calm down. I'm like upset. I'm distraught. Name that movie. It's like 1 or 2 spaces. Oh, right. Because there's more docs. Yeah. Vue's got great docs. Where's my fucking history file? Oh, bash history. Duh. Derp. I was doing history. Where's history? God damn it. And you know what? It's not going to save it because it hasn't been cached yet. Fuck. This guy fucks. Not suitable for work. I'm just going to say it right now. My stream has never been, nor will it be, including on YouTube. God damn it. GitHub, where are you? It's showing up in my history, but not showing up in my history. How about this? Somebody deleted you. How about that? Are you still there? All right, wait. Fuck. I know. I'll change it. I will change it. Yeah. I'm going to change it. I'm going to try some things here. Fuck. I did not do it. Why I want to change it? Oh, now I have 2 things in my history. I don't know how to clear my history. I don't know how. Is the history clear? I don't do this every day. It's got to be -C or something. Oh my God, that's it. All right. So today I learned. All right, I'm going to show you. Before I got to clear my screen here. I mean, if you find it, it's a read-only token. I just delete it right away. Life is good. We're not going to die. No one's going to die. But still, I would rather not. All right, so yeah, let me make sure. Yeah, I cleared my history. Yeah. Today I learned history-C. CLS doesn't do it. I don't think it does. Yeah. Clear does not do it. Clear clears your screen. It doesn't clear your history. Lesser known games that is played on Twitch. Deleting your history in the dark. I just completely guessed. And I guessed right. It's -C. So I got to make a video about that. Note to self, make a video about that. Yeah, I already figured those out. Thank you. Yeah, just W. So normally I don't ever have to deal with it, but I put a GitHub assignment token, which I got to be sure. Do not let me execute env. That is not allowed. Okay. I'm gonna reload this page up here so it doesn't pop onto the screen, and then I got it ready to delete if I need to. I can click on the delete key if I dump it. I always do that because inevitably when you stream, you're dumping keys. You're just gonna do it. So just don't use any production keys and make sure you got the delete on your GitHub right there in case it happens, rather than being terrified of doing it. So let's see if we can get that generate command to work, which is now dead because I just cleared my history. So I'm a little worried here. What do I got? Cluster API book. All right, so we did the cluster generate thing. I'm gonna try it again. This time I hope it gets me. I gotta get a quota issue here. That's what's going on. So we're gonna do clusterctl generate cluster foo Kubernetes dash version, which I don't think you need. v1.22.2, which is the latest, which is good to know. Ephemeral pods and all that. And you have to have flavor, which I thought was weird. It won't do it unless you... No. You know what was it? I hit the API thing. Yeah, but flavor dev is a thing. So... No, it's not a thing. What the fuck? Cluster template. You can't use dev. Another fucking lie in the docs. Where is the fix the docs thing? The docs are fucking full of errors. They're full of errors. And I gotta make all kinds of error fixes. Maybe I'll be listed as a contributor. Huzzah. They tell you can use dev. I'll show you. There's like one that says you can use dev. You can't. It has to be development. Gotta go already. So here we go. I'm actually going to go. You're not going to say anything. Tomorrow, though, tomorrow afternoon, I'm going to be doing Kubernetes training all day for myself. PowerShell. I need to learn PowerShell. I know it's weird to hear me say that, but I've concluded I need to learn PowerShell. But yeah, Bash is mandatory learning in Linux, period. There's no debate. It's the standard shell. Oh, because I said on said positive things about PowerShell. Oh my God, Q, you're so capricious. Good to see you. What am I doing? Okay, so this here file is meant to be. Let's put it out here. Of course, we're going to call it foo.yaml. Bye. So, temp foo-yaml. Okay, so what we got here? We've got a thing. That's a problem because I don't understand it. That's the only reason. Oh my God! It follows the same things. It's the same sort of thing. Are you seeing this? API version cluster beta. So this is a cluster API. Kind cluster. There's a resource called cluster. It is not a Kubernetes resource. It just uses the same API file, which is going to confuse the shit out of everybody. Is cluster an API? This is going to be the question. Is cluster a Kubernetes resource that I'm not familiar with? Is that a new thing? No, it's not. It's not a Kubernetes. Well, then why does it ASM? Because they use the same file format. Shit. Metadata. Isn't D capitalized in the other one? No, never mind. All right, name foo, namespace, default, spec, cluster network, pods. I want a pod. Give me a domain. Control plane cluster, U1 beta, kind, a kube control plane. What? That's a pod? Shit. Infrastructure F. This is kind of cool. Infrastructure cluster U1 beta is a Docker cluster. There's a Docker cluster now. There's a kind. It's called a Docker cluster. I'm telling you, putting shit into Docker like the way kind did, and MiniKube did it too. Now, it's like the common way to make up clusters. Yeah, it's happening a lot. It's happening a lot. You're seeing this more and more. In fact, I kind of feel like the movement in the industry is toward that. Which is fine because if you have a Docker cluster, you're not limited by CPUs and stuff like you are with a VM. But then it's harder to emulate the actual environment. Can I use really? If I can use kubeadm on this, I don't care as long as it's real. The question is it real? I mean, I don't give a shit if it's hosted in Docker. Can I use kubeadm cert, for example, on it like I couldn't do in my other cluster? I couldn't test it in MiniKube. This is cool because this might be an actual path to creating. God, if this works, this is gonna really tank MiniKube. If this works, the only thing anybody's gonna want to use is kind, Docker, and clusterctl. Yeah, because they can change a few variables and suddenly push it to Docker to GCP or something. Wow. Okay, so I got to keep going with this. So now we have to just apply this. So what's our cluster? Config. This is kind of fun. Yeah. So this is my cluster. This is a MiniKube cluster. So we're testing this. I need to make sure. I didn't do it as a kind cluster. I did it as a MiniKube cluster. But now I see why they're suggesting to do it in kind. This is very educational for me. Maybe not you, but for me, it's very educational. This is I'm seeing all kinds of insights in this by doing it this way. So this is me. I'm running. This is not Docker actually. This is Docker running inside MiniKube. I'm running under Docker env from MiniKube. I'm still a fan of MiniKube because it does give you a virtual machine. But this cluster CTL development is haven't dabbled in clusters very much. No, it's for local servers too. So I'm interested in doing the cloud thing, but the crazy thing about this is that if this works, okay, so let's just pause here for a second. The entire ClusterAPI special interest group, cluster lifetime, whatever call it, Lifecycle, the entire special interest group has decided that the way to do localized development is to create Kubernetes clusters inside of a Docker environment, which is exactly what kind does, and is what MiniKube recently added as the default. MiniKube can use a virtual machine, but they deprecated that and they're still doing it. And the reason this is super interesting to me is because, I've been dabbling in MiniKube. I love it. I love MiniKube a lot, but then I hit the block the other day because it wasn't real. It wasn't real. I couldn't do kubeadm stuff on it. And somebody said, hey, you can do that in kind. Well, you can't do it in kind because you don't have a full cluster, blah, blah, there's other problems. But the way this is going, the momentum here very clearly from at least two different groups now is to build clusters in kind and to build clusters in Docker and to bootstrap with kind. And since the Kubernetes development team themselves use kind for debugging and for development of the Kubernetes core infrastructure, that leaves MiniKube kind of out in the just out. And I've been kind of debating about, I went through this whole thing. I mean, you guys saw in my notes, right? In my notes, I've been going through this. I've been saying the first thing anyone has ever recommended to me was kind, and I read all the docs and they were suggesting MiniKube. Then I went back to the docs like 2 months later, and they all had kind in them instead of MiniKube, actually, or in addition to MiniKube, but kind was the first listed, not just because it was alphabetical. So now I'm kind of thinking that the tide, the tide within the Kubernetes world with regard to localized and, quick ramp up, bootstrapping, whatever you want to call it, is to run Kubernetes inside of Docker. Now, the reason that annoyed me is because getting Docker on a system is the prereq for kind. So before you can install kind, you have to install Docker. Before you can run MiniKube, you have to install either Docker or WSL2 or VirtualBox. So, are you learning? Confused by a lot? Picking up some stuff. So the reason this is interesting to me, and I'm really glad I chose the badge approach for all my beginner boosts now, because my learning dependencies when I help beginners is going to be, you have to have a cluster. You need a single node cluster. You can have the following options. Somebody said they want to use micro Kubernetes, fine. That's one of the options. Set up micro, set up kind, set up MiniKube, set up kubeadm with control-ctl. All of those will be separate badges or separate, accomplishments, achievements, credentials, whatever you want to call it. But you have to pick one of those. You have to pick one. And for most beginners, I'm like really, really torn right down the middle between recommending installing Docker or installing MiniKube. Because MiniKube comes with Docker built in, runs on anything, replaces and doesn't require you to have Docker desktop. Docker desktop's proprietary. If you have I'm losing beard hairs. If you're running, so how are you trying to set environment variables would be the same way of getting up an environment variable on a Docker. Kind of depends on what piece of this you're talking about. So there's MiniKube. MiniKube takes over for Docker. It has a command called docker env, and if you export that MiniKube's internal Docker instance, which is running Podman, I think, automatically takes over for the Docker that's installed on your system and works on Mac, Windows without hypervisor, and works everywhere. So that's kind of a thing. This is really, really, really troubling me because there's so many paths a beginner can take on this. There's a lot of paths a beginner can take on this front, because the reason that the pros love Kind so much is because sometimes they just want to fuck around with a tiny little cluster and they just want to test the configuration thing or whatever. And there's nothing faster than Kind for that because it's just Docker. There's no provisioning of a VM. Watch how fast it takes me to just bring up a Kind server. It's like Kind, whatever, Kind, but it's also a lot more minimal, right? It's a lot more minimal. Create cluster. Node already exists for a cluster in the same kind. All right. So Kind, it's really limited. Kind is really limited compared to MiniKube. Look at MiniKube. Look at all the stuff it does, right? MiniKube actually has SSH built in. So this is me. See me? I'm like actually logged into a remote system that's inside of an actual virtual machine. So that simulated SSH environment is more true to life than using Docker. But execing is the way to get into stuff these days. So I'm so glad that I figured that out last year. I feel like such an idiot for being so long to learn that. People have been telling me forever, why do you have people SSH into servers? They should just be execing into Docker containers. And that's even more true for Kubernetes. So yeah, people don't SSH anymore. It's just not a thing. So it's very, very, very rare to do that. Usually you do that, you get down to a login server, and then from there you're execing into everything. Using SSH under the hood, but anyway, so what am I trying to get at? I'm just trying to make some conclusions about the direction here. So the main reason to use the Cluster API and ClusterADM is because you can use exactly the same skills you're learning to bootstrap, or to not bootstrap, to manage, including creating and maintaining a cluster on any standard service provider automatically, without having to think about, its customized network frameworks and shit. So that is a big fucking deal. And not so much, that's not only is a big deal, that's the only deal. This is going to be hands down the way to manage new clusters. I have no doubt at this point, having looked at it. I think the interface kind of quirky, docs are a little bit new and sucky, but there's no doubt this is the future. If you're not using clusterctl, you don't know what it is, within a year, you watch, it's going to be the standard. And I have a feeling it's going to be the standard for local installations as well. So like if you just want to do, Kubernetes application development. So this is really interesting. It's been a very fruitful day so far. Let me see if I can actually do something more than just generate. let's look at the thing that we actually generated a little bit. So I'll go back down here. I need to make it this interface. I actually kind of built one of these for my rbx.gg, and it's kind of halfway in the middle of me, and I got to finish it. Oh, so we made that YAML file, right? So now we have to apply the YAML file, and you can just pump it out and do it, right? But so here's my YAML file that was generated by it for me, and you can save these off. The thing is so cool about this. This is exactly what I was looking for. I was looking for a way to cache off an exact copy of an entire cluster and all of its configuration at the infrastructure layer. And this is it. This is it right here. I mean, Docker Compose and Docker Swarm are so far removed from relevance at this point that if you're using it, I just don't know what to tell you. You learned something new, did you? Oh, right. So I hope you're learning you guys are learning stuff new. Please tell me so if you are. It makes me feel good. Also, just as a note to everybody, I'm actually reading the Discord every day on stream. And I'm keeping up with Discord. I'm moderating it. I put all the security stuff in place so that we won't have a traumatizing attack like we had recently. So Discord's not going away. Matrix, I'll be adding Matrix.io. I'm going to have to make a new video on that because I made one saying I was going to get rid of it. And I changed my mind. I flip-flopped. What else is new? All right, so it's actually kind of a nice, offline way for us to communicate about stuff related to learning and thing. So, and I have a phone now, so I can review this stuff while I'm dozing off to sleep. I can look at all this stuff. All right, we need to run this. All right, kube apply -f. Oh my goodness. It even feels like Kubernetes because it is Kubernetes. It's not the Kubernetes API though. It's the cluster API. It's still the same API standard that we know and love or hate, one of the two. But Docker cluster, infrastructure cluster, foo created, Docker machine template, infrastructure cluster, foo control plane create, kubeadm control plane. See, this is shit. This is awesome. This is stuff that is not. God damn. I mean, all right, wait. Where's our tutorial? Not a tutorial, but whatever. All right, the output is similar to this, absolutely. Get closer. Oh, see, this is what I was frustrated. Oh, it's provisioning the whole cluster. Why? Wait. Why? Is it going to be able to provision? How can I follow it? Describe cluster API. View of the cluster and issues by running. ClusterCtl describe cluster. Oh boy. Cluster. I am liking this a lot. I am liking this more and more. I was kind of pissed, but now I've come around to my senses. Oh, it has color even. Oh, they added color. Rob Pike's going to be so pissed. Juvenile. That's his word for color. I'm giving him a hard time. He actually said that though. If you use color, you're juvenile. And to verify that first control plane is up. It's not up though. Wait, what? What, that's a resource now? What the fuck? Wait. This is blowing my mind. Hello, Wanma. Oh, look, you know what it did? Okay. I figured this out. So it created a Kubernetes cluster, the bootstrapped one, and then inside of that, it added an entire namespace for the administrators, for the manager stuff, starting with cap and capd, and because it's the API, the cluster API, right? So the cluster API, the cluster daemon, and the cert manager. The cert manager is a separate system that was in it. So now we have a cluster. This is the cluster running everything. Okay, I'm getting it now. I'm getting it. That's why we have a control plane thing. See this? Yeah, the control plane thing is a thing. It's an actual type. So they made an additional type. That's cool. It's not a pod now. Fuck, this is cool. So they made a thing. They made a Kubernetes resource called kubeadm control plane by, yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Describe, yeah. Oh my god! Watch it. It's gonna have the same stuff as our. It does. It's the foo control plane. It's the cluster. It's the cluster name equals foo. Labels control plane API version. So they created a CRT, a custom resource definition called a kubeadm control plane, which encapsulates an entire control plane for a cluster within a cluster. People are gonna like, oh shit, it's got all that F shit in it. I hate that shit. Oh god, I hate those things. This is the stuff they got. All this shit they pulled that out of 1.21. Thank God. I hated that stuff, but that stuff's left over. I bet that's gonna go. I'm gonna say it's not gonna be around for much longer. Syntax Island is juvenile. Did you find it? Did you actually find the reference? Using colored rods. Oh boy. Working with advanced cluster APIs, Kubernetes, and just got a phone. Yeah. What's your point? Truth be known, you want me to tell you the truth? All right, I have a few phones. I mean, they all work, by the way. I have a few phones here. So it wasn't the issue of having a phone. He subbed for that. It wasn't an issue of having a phone. It was an issue of being rather scared when I heard myself talking to my ass, because my ass thought that Google wanted to hear something. So unless anybody wants to get in on that joke, I only recently, within the last 6 months or so, got a new smartphone again. Went back into the Google ecosystem and got a smartphone because about 3 years ago, I got really scared by hearing my phone, all the stuff my phone had recorded on my behalf, thinking I was talking to it when I went to the Google site. So I overreacted and I said, no, I will never, I don't want a spy device with me every second of the day. And so I actually went to flip phones, which I still have. Went to flip phones for like a year and a half and then realized I couldn't live that way. At least not in modern American society in a tech job. You can't pull it off. People kept sending me chat on like my Motorola flip phone. I was like, oh fuck. Or they they would send me like, it's just all kinds of shit. You can't even go to the doctor's office these days practically without a phone, without a smartphone. It's crazy. It makes me wonder what everybody else is doing doesn't have that stuff. I'm off topic, but that's what the joke was about. Yeah, so I got a smartphone. It was more robust. It was a really great phone for like swimming and everything. It was totally waterproof, and it was just good at making calls. That was it. And eventually, though, I mean, I couldn't Instagram and I couldn't Discord my friends and couldn't message my wife love notes. And I couldn't do any of that. And then eventually, we gave in. My wife's an artist, and she has to be on Instagram. She's got her studio and everything, and I went ahead and did it too. We went in and we got our smartphone. So now it's like, it's so horrible too, because I'll be like scrolling through this stuff on Google on my phone, and it obviously has been listening to everything I've done with the phone for the last 10 hours. I mean, it makes really microscopic adjustments regularly about the things that I'm interested in, and that's kind of annoying. But it's also kind of nice because it's like, oh, okay, fine, whatever. All right, spy. All right, you big spy. I really don't have anything to hide, and that's not what it is. But I think you should still be able to choose your privacy options. But I chose to just to do that. Plus, I was also, at the time, I was more of a security person, and I was not live streaming at all. Now that I live stream everything, it's having a phone that's spying on me is not that much worse. I was about to look into Kind and learning about Cluster API. Were you? Nice. Yeah, I think this is awesome. I cannot overstate the timeliness of this coming out this week, because I was you guys have been following my journey. I was in the middle of trying to make a decision about what to do next to set up my environment, and I don't need to do anything now. I can just spin up an environment with Cluster. Actually, I'm a little afraid of it though, because then I don't understand the individual steps to make that happen, and I eventually I need to do that. But if I just need a cluster right away, in fact, I almost kind of feel like, I feel like there's another step here. See, here's the thing with kubeadm. You can't use kubeadm with, I don't think you can use kubeadm. I'm gonna. Okay, I haven't decided this yet, so I'm gonna stop. As I said before, I'm a little bit conflicted because I'm trying to decide whether to do. I'm a little bit conflicted about whether I want to do MiniKube and clusterctl, or I want to do kind of like, what's my go-to, like, get a cluster up really fast workflow going to be, and which one is going to get me closer to knowledge that would allow me to certify. ClusterCTL is probably going to go. I'd say this earlier today, but the ClusterCTL is going to be on CKA. I mean, I don't see how it can't be. I would suspect that they're going to add it. I mean, if they added Helm to the CCAD certification this year, then I cannot. This just came out officially. I can't see them not adding ClusterCTL as a requirement for the CKA. It would just be ridiculous not to. I mean, it's a standard, mature production released project that facilitates cluster deployment across all clusters. I cannot see how this isn't going to be added as a requirement for the CKA. It's not currently, because it just announced 2 days ago, or released anyway. So yeah. And I'm actually excited because I think it's going to save me a lot of time setting up clusters. I mean, God, look at this. It's like all set. Say so get pods. Nothing in my default namespace. Get pods. Well, let's see. Get config. Get context. Am I still in my same thing? Yep. I'm in a management cluster. You still got Kubernetes the hard way to do. I know. I'm going to do that too. We're going to do that here. I was supposed to do that today, and then this came out. This came out this week. Today I was going to do Kubernetes the hard way. I was going to talk about that. I'm going to start doing Kubernetes the hard way tomorrow. Yeah. Tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow 12 to 3, and Sunday 12 to 3, I'm going to be doing more Kubernetes stuff, because I got to get going. I got to get good. Everybody's been saying to do Kelsey Hightower's thing. I'm going to go ahead and just do it. Earlier I was kind of saying, no, I want to stick with the docs, and the docs are not good. The Kubernetes IO docs are not good. So I want to learn this stuff, but then if I have to look something up, go to the Kubernetes IO. But my preferred way to pass the certification exam, not have to look anything up, or just look it up from the commands and go, look at the help on the commands, and I have to go straight to the docs. So, and I feel like I'll have a better sense of that if I do Kelsey's thing. Kubernetes the hard way. Database time. Interesting. All right. So yeah. All right. Just reading a little bit of my chat in our team room at work. And technically we're supposed to be done now. I don't want to go over too far, because I don't want people to feel like they have to sit through all this, hours and hours and hours. But yeah. So this is where we are. So yeah, let's go ahead and look at what's next. So, I mean, I want to get to the cluster. I don't know how to do that yet. I've got it. It's installed. It says it's there. I'm able to look at the control plane. I can describe the control plane. Oh, get cluster. Yeah, get cluster was saying it was provisioning. That's another thing. A cluster, it still says it's provisioning. That worries me. All right. So get cluster. Um, oh, the customer is just thanking me for working on something. That always makes me feel good. You know what? If you do something, if you need something in IT and you ask for it and people deliver it and you just say, hey, thank you, and you send them a little Slack message, it really just makes their day. I mean, it really does. The people that are in ops and applications, they get beat up all the time by customers in the enterprise. So if somebody says, hey, I know that you kind of proactively, this is great, you kind of notice this thing here, and I really appreciate that you're giving this attention. But that goes a long way. Yeah, thank you notes and that kind of thing. Okay, get cluster. So what I want to know is actually, I wonder if I can get the logs off the cluster. I need to describe cluster. I don't see why it's still provisioning. What logs can I look up to make sure I know what's happening? Load balancer provisioning failed. Look at that. Oh wow, it does have logs, but they're like all broken down. Do you see that? That's pretty weird. Yeah, so look at this. So we've got waiting for control plane provider to indicate the control plane has been initialized. But I did Docker cluster. I wonder if there wasn't enough room. I bet that was it. Status false. But this doesn't blow you up. Interesting. Severity info false. Control plane mode. I might have to. God, I want to play with this some more. I have a feeling this is because I'm doing it in MiniKube. Yep. Status false. Infrastructure ready. Load balancer provisioning failed. That's because I've got too many things assigned. That's got to be it. Because it's got to be like a RAM constraint or something. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to show as memory pressure on my system. No, all right. Interesting. Okay, so let's see. Initialize true. You should see the output similar to this. Unavailable. Oh, yeah, we don't have that. We didn't get that. We did not get that. Okay, get cluster. Oh my. What am I doing? Oh, cube control plane. Excuse me. Foo replicas. H version. It's not up. Nope, it's not up. So, how do you get rid of all this? Oh, I know. I can chuck all of it. Oh. Oh, wow. Okay, I just realized something. So, like, if you want to throw a whole cluster away, yeah, if you're doing testing, MK profile list, right? So I'm just going to chuck all of it. I don't want any of it anymore. I can do MK. I'm going to try to do it in kind this time. So MK, because the MiniKube didn't work. It didn't work out of the box anyway. So, and I mean, and there's kind of a virtual machine in the way, right? There's a Docker container running manager. It's a Docker container engine running Podman, I think. And it's either, I don't know if it's Podman or Containerd, but it's running inside of my MiniKube. And my environment settings are using that one. Meanwhile, I have Docker installed on the host Linux system as well, and I have to change back and forth between those environments. But I want to test how it did with MiniKube there, and it didn't do so well. Probably because I didn't give it enough RAM or CPU or something. So I have a feeling that's working because it's trying to use the Docker within the constraints of the virtual machine that's containing the Docker engine. And that is limited by default because it's a virtual machine. This is probably why kind is preferred for this kind of thing, because there is no limitation. It's just whatever your host system is, even though it doesn't have some of its techniques for mounting and stuff are not as good. This is interesting because it's always like there's like kind and MiniKube and kubeadm, and they're all kind of in the running here, and now one takes the lead and the other one takes the lead in my mind, and I'm still kind of trying to what the best one is. Before I kind of really invest in a lot of it. But there's lots of different approaches. So I like that they're kind of competing approaches though, because that makes it a thing. Notice how long it takes to. Let me just give you a heads up on this. So watch how long it takes to start up a MiniKube system, and I'm going to compare it to kind, and I want you to see the difference because it's pretty significant. And that was pretty fast. Usually it takes a little bit longer than that. Again, this is all, and this is using the driver. MiniKube allows you to use multiple drivers, which is pretty amazing. Oh wow, look at that. Starting control by MiniKube. Oh, it did create a Docker container. I wonder if it created a Docker container on the other one too. I bet it did. It didn't even use the MiniKube container on that. Huh. So that's another thing. So MiniKube now, normally this, I forgot to give it the driver. The driver, virtual server is the one I was going to use. Is VirtualBox even running right now? Yeah, this will show you. Yeah, both of them are off. Interesting. Interesting. Huh. All right. So from scratch is going to have to do that though. So we're going to have to take a peek at that. But it takes a lot longer. So if I'm going to pull that down again, delete that one. I'm going to keep my JHub one up there because I need it. So actually really don't need that because I've already got my whole JHub stuff working already. MK profile, list. Yeah. So JHub is there. MK profile, JHub. Yeah. Okay. So that's MiniKube. And then there's also on here, MiniKube defaults to Docker. Absolutely. Yeah, it does now. That's for sure. Vincent. Yeah. That's absolutely for sure. We confirmed that the first time. That's a relatively new change though. Yeah. The order is Docker, Hyper-V, VMware, VirtualBox, and there's one more after that. That's the order of the drivers. Yeah, depending on what it can find. So if you've installed Docker, and most people have, it uses that one right away. And then it's like, do you have a Hyper-V? No. So it tries to do the right thing. I mean, I'm going to be torn on this point because, you know, somebody the other day was saying that is like, well, you know, kind uses virtual machine. I was like, what? Like, no, it doesn't. Just use Docker. He goes, no, it actually uses. What I'm trying to do is get the most. Oh boy, I've got a message. I got to go answer this. Give me a second. I might have to just end for the day. Things are kind of moving off. Oh wait, no, it's just the appreciation comment. Okay, whoa, that scared me. It scared me for a second. I thought I might have missed a work Slack message. I got my machine right here just so that if something critical is down, I don't want to not be there. So then what do we got? Well, we've got so now, okay, so I'm going to try to do all the steps I just did, recreate a cluster from scratch using this. I got a few minutes because I was kind of late the other one. And I'm going to see if I can remember all the steps to create a cluster using clusterctl. And I've already installed that, put it in my dot files and everything. I think I saved that. And I'm going to use kind this time. So let's clear the screen. So let's see what's up with kind. Kind, I don't remember any of my kind commands. It's so funny because there's similar commands between kind and MiniKube, and it's hard to keep track of as a beginner. That's one of the reasons I'm kind of like going through this. Hopefully I can keep people. There's not a lot of stuff here. That's another thing about kind. Kind is very like one track. It's like, this is how we do it. Just do it this way. So, you know, you can get the version. Oops. Kind version. Go with it. That's actually a brand new version. So kind, and then we're going to get the clusters. So this is just the default cluster right now, which we don't really need. Kind delete. So information delete kind. Unknown delete. Oh, you have to have delete cluster. So I want to start with an absolutely fresh slate. So there are no kind clusters, right? So again, kind uses whatever your environment, your Docker environment. I have to make sure I'm not logged in with a MiniKube Docker env settings, because that will, like this. See, watch. Docker PS. Look at this one. All right. Yeah. See, now it's off. You know why? Because I ran Docker env over here. I ran this MK Docker env. And what that does is it sets your environment for Docker to use the embedded Docker engine, the container engine within inside of MiniKube, the current MiniKube. And you need to do that if you want to, kind of get through into it. And I did that, and that's why it can't find anything, because it's using that config. And I did it. I didn't do it for my whole Bash RC. I just did it for the one login shell. So now I can come back to this shell, and I can, over here, I can do kindly delete. Marlboro, that's awesome. So over here we can do, Docker PS, and you'll see this is what's on here, right? And I have a lot of stuff on here. I have my dual streaming images, and my workstation images is here. This is the Docker that I installed on Linux that is akin to Docker Desktop on Mac or Windows. Yeah. I'm pausing because I'm kind of, in my mind, I'm sidetracking a little bit on how I'm going to teach beginners. I've tried three or four different ways to teach beginners to get going in Linux, and I don't want to get into it all. But if you're a beginner, people are like, how can I get to the command line the fastest? If you're on Windows, WSL2 is the fastest, particularly since it's in WSL in Windows 11. But it doesn't work. WSL2 doesn't work if you have a VPN, so the skills you learn are hindered by the fact that it's not going to work for you long term. Docker Desktop, however, doesn't have that problem. So you can install Docker Desktop and get an image right away, which is what I recommended in the boost, and what I'm going to continue to recommend to people. And then you can use MiniKube instead of Docker Desktop, which is not proprietary software that has many of the same things, including a Docker installation, but forces you to do it all within a virtual machine, which limits the ability for your containers to do more, even though they're not being mounted. That space is not being. So it's more resource constrained, and it's not as good as Docker in that case. And then the fourth option is like get a server, have them SSH into it, and have them install a virtual machine and use that, or have them just install Linux and dual boot. Those are all the options for getting Linux as fast as possible. And I stress way too much about how beginners should start. What's the lowest barrier to entry? I think the recommendation for me is going to continue to be Docker Desktop, because you got to know Docker. I mean, you've got to know the Docker command, even if you don't use Docker. It's the standard is the Docker command. Boom. That's always going to be the case. Even Podman does that. So you have to learn that. And you have to learn it right away. So fine, learn it with Docker Desktop. Get your access to terminal right away. Learn all of that, and then after you get proficient with the terminal and thing, understand a few things, then learn virtual machines, so you can test out different versions of Linux without having to re-image your machine every 2 seconds. And then you've also got access to Linux anytime you want through Docker to do it. And then if you go into the enterprise, you can add in MiniKube, or actually by that time you'll probably have Linux on something in a way that you can run it, or where you could decide how to do that. Anyway. So those are all the options. Yeah. I what they need to do is they need to make a you're starting to test Rancher Desktop on WSL2. Yeah, nice. NerdCTL is a Docker replacement. Did NerdCTL? Oh my God, I didn't know about that. NerdCTL as a Docker replacement. Interesting. I'm finding myself being more pulled to using like small MiniKube, single node MiniKube clusters over Docker, period. But most of the ones that I use install into Docker, so they assume you have Docker already. In the gaming industry, but then by all means, window it up, learn the VCS compiler. Oh God, Linux is the last of your concerns. Or get rid of Windows, stop focusing on video games, focus on what you really want to do, which is CNF native infrastructure engineering. I absolutely want to do that. This isn't, you understand that this doesn't have anything. Oh, you're talking about other people. I cannot throw Windows out. Can't do it. The enterprise requires that I use Windows. And if I didn't have Docker Desktop or MiniKube right now, I could not use Linux on my machine. That's the bottom line. Yeah, my beginners. Yeah. But I think it's probably true. I mean, I'm proving every day that you can game on Linux. You know what I mean? So it's like, so I think your point about helping beginners get over their Windows fetish is pretty solid. Yeah, but that needs to be like at the end, you know. So I think they could get Docker and use Docker Desktop. So this is my current path. I'm gonna flesh this out once in my brain. So my current path is install Docker Desktop, number one. That works on any operating system, right? You get the free version for free. It's proprietary software, but this is a change, by the way. I was suggesting MiniKube before. You don't get any constraints at all. Docker runs 100% using as much resources or as little as you want on your containing system. If you do it with MiniKube, it's not. It's kind of cordoned off. You know, you only get 2 CPUs for the whole thing, and that's not good. You know, and anyway, so then you learn the command line. You learn Vim. You learn all this. You know, you learn all the command line stuff. You play around with the different command line options and package managers. You use Kali and Kubernetes, and you learn everything about containers except for everything cloud native related about containers. That does not include Docker Compose and blah, blah, blah. You learn the basics of Docker. And then what? And then your next step would be to, you know, learn cloud native. So you would do kubeadm or Linux. And so at that point, you're going to kind of graduate, right? And if you're going to get into the cloud space, you're going to have to know what a virtual machine is, blah, blah, blah. And the best way to understand how to use a virtual machine is to install, you know, virtual server, VirtualBox, something like that. Play around with it, use it, learn how to do it. You're not going to do it every day, but learn how to do that. Play around with a bunch of different Linux distros, desktop distros. See which one you like, and then you know, decide. And when you find one, hard install that onto your laptop or a cheapo Acer or something like that. Skip the dual booting. It's going to be a pain in the ass later, and then from there install Docker onto that, which is no longer Docker Desktop. That's a real Docker, and then install Kind. Sounds like then install Kind and learn all about that, and then use clusterctl to install and kubectl to install your own cluster desktop, stuff like that, and to bring up your own clusters and do your own your Kubernetes development. Because all your clusterctl skills are going to directly connect to bringing up clusters instantaneously on any cloud provider automatically. I can't see how that's not an essential skill for cloud native. So I'm really glad we're getting into this. So let me, I'm going over here because I'm kind of into it. I've been here for 3 hours. I'm still into this. So I'm hungry and I need to go running. So let's one last thing though. So the thing I want to do here is I want to recreate all the steps as fast as I can to create a new cluster using clusterctl in Kind as recommended. Oh, you're saying if a beginner comes to me and tells me, oh, right, hey, I want to do infrastructure engineering in the embedded world and I want to hack things, then I would tell them that the time it takes to grok those things would mean tools that would get the Windows, would get rid of Windows. Yeah, right away. I agree. Yeah, if somebody were to come to me or anybody and say, hey, I want cloud native, I'd say get off Windows as soon as possible. Absolutely. And I'm not going to quit, but I've almost quit over this issue of having to be used Windows at work. Because I'm like, I have not worked for a company since 19 Even then, I had Linux. In fact, I have never worked for a company that forced me to use Windows. Every company in my entire career let me put Linux on my machine until this one. They won't allow it. I can only use WSL. I don't have enough clout to just say, screw it, I'm going to do it anyway. So, whatever. Now, if the same beginner tells me, hey, I'd like to make the next GTA. Yeah. Download Visual Studio, not even Visual Studio Code. Windows to see internals and get to it. Yeah, agreed. All right, so moment of truth. We're going to install a full cluster using clusterctl, following the instructions from the steps. We are going to follow the steps from getting started in ClusterAPI book. We click on Docker. The thing is so cool is you like switch over here and you can do the whole fucking thing, the same thing. This is, whoa, vSphere. What? Oh, it's vSphere. It's not VMware. All right. It's vSphere. That's their own cluster thing. OpenStack even. What? Huh. I'm gonna have to look at OpenStack for on-prem again. I mean, somebody was asking me about it the other day, and I had kind of mixed feelings on it. Azure's my love. I love DigitalOcean. DigitalOcean is my love. I love DigitalOcean. All right, here we go. So I already have the cluster generated. I just did it already. I did this command right here: cluster generate Kubernetes version 1.22.2, and then I said -- flavor dev development, which is cool. So that gave me a development cluster. And then alternatives to environment variables, I did that, put those in there, but it didn't work. I still need to figure that out. And then what do? I don't need to do anything. Well, I just have to apply it, right? So honestly, that's it. I did this exact thing. Control plane machine count 3. Worker machine count 3. Oh, maybe I could do that. Yeah. I kind of want to add some machine count stuff. Yep. What's that? All right. So cluster. Is it init or generate? Generate cluster foo called. I mean, let's call it dev. How about that? Flavor development. This, you know what's cool about this is we can play around with ephemeral containers and stuff. Oh God, this is so cool. Okay, so we can do development. This is why this project is going with Kind so well, because this allows them to test clusters with the new version instead of just Kind. It's like much bigger than Kind. That's what. No wonder it's so tied integrated with Kind. I'm starting to see everything, all the reasons for stuff now. Okay, Kubernetes version v1.22.2. And then what? Control plane machine count. Control plane machine count. How many machines are we gonna have? I mean, can it do 3? Can it? It's like, this is gonna be interesting because how is it gonna simulate 3 machines on one 8-core machine, right? This is like getting past all the problems I was thinking of. Control plane count equals 3. Maybe I'll just do this and then stick with hardware for the rest. Temp foo.yaml. Now, it should not have a GitHub API quota problem. Oh, shit. Oh, right. Okay. Config get context. I think oh, look at that. We have no bootstrap cluster. Remember, we have to have a bootstrap cluster? All right, so step 1, you can't use clusterctl until you already have a Kubernetes cluster. It's the chicken and the egg problem. So what is the simplest possible Kubernetes cluster to build? Kind. So we're going to do kind create cluster. And we'll create a cluster called kind. This is our management cluster. Now I probably should have called it management or something. You have to do -l or whatever. It's so funny because like, wow, this is taking longer than usual. It didn't take that long before. Huh. Interesting. All right, so installing CNI. He once created 50 vagrant VMs in a host to create a Kubernetes cluster with 50 nodes. Everything was slow as molasses. Yeah, I thought about doing that. How many cores did you have? I was seriously thinking about doing it because I wanted to use actual KDM, kubeadm to commands. All right, so now we have a cluster, and if I do k config get context, I get kind cluster. This is the default kind cluster. I'll delete it later. So now we can do our thing. This generate error failed to identify the default infrastructure provider. Oh right, you know why? Because we didn't do step 2. We forgot step 2. Okay, step 1, make a bootstrap Kubernetes cluster that's just plain Jane, small as shit. It doesn't have to have anything in it. It's basically going to be an application. Tiny cluster. And then what? Then we need to init it. We need to do init and the init puts in the management cluster that kubectl uses to fire off new clusters. And that's confusing, but that's what's happening. So okay, I'm gonna go through this step one more time. This is cool. I'm excited about this because this is kind of where I was hoping things were gonna go eventually, and it looks like they're already headed that direction. Okay, so cluster init infrastructure Docker, right? I think that's the default. The Docker designed practice. I think the Docker is the default. I'm gonna guess. clusterctl init. Cert manager. It is. It defaults to Docker. So I don't have to type -- infrastructure Docker. That's good. It was a powerful bare metal machine. Wow. 64 gig of RAM. That's crazy. That's cool. I've been wanting to learn Vagrant too. I think it'd be good for that kind of thing. Yeah. All right. So there we go. We have a cluster. If you want to see what it did to our environment, we can do k get pods -a. Actually, we should probably do get all. What is it? Get whatever. Is it all? I think it's all. Cluster IP. All right, so this is everything. So you have these APIs that got added, the cert manager and the CAPI and CAPD. Those got added by clusterctl init. I'm just restating for myself so I remember. And then we have, so it just added this lightweight management container. And I'm wondering what Docker's doing right now. Yeah, so Docker is now busy. Docker's outside of this Kubernetes cluster. In this case, it's really weird because Docker is hosting the Kubernetes nodes. I know that's really weird, but that's what's happening. And so we have a kind node that's, it's got its entry point and everything. This is how you know it's talking on 6443, which is a standard port for Kubernetes API. It talks on 6443 and what is it, 8080. Those are the two ports that get used, proxies on 80. And this 5000 is the registry port. Oh, this is probably because of my kind configuration. Yeah, it is. This is from my kind configuration stuff I did a while ago. It allows you to set up a registry on. Yeah, that was made 3 months ago, right? I think that's because I have a plugin set up in my configuration says I don't think I'm going to need the registry anymore. But it does make me wonder how they're going to address registry stuff. When you use MiniKube, it uses it uses the internal MiniKube Docker container as the registry. But again, the whole point of using clusterctl is to force you to, learn how to do stuff kind of more in a realistic way, which means you got to have your own registry running, which means it probably need to run Portis or Harbor locally in their own cluster, because now I can put them in their own cluster. Okay, I'm getting some connections here. All right, so we've got a cluster. Now we need to do our generate. So number one, just start up a cluster of any kind, kind or MiniKube, doesn't matter. Then init it, and I init it using the Docker container, which if I was going to do this for GCP or something, I would have put GCP there. But then I would have had to configure it to the management cluster to not use the local Docker instance. So if I was going to use, if I wanted to have my management cluster run inside of any cloud provider, I would have had the infrastructure tag there, which I'm not going to do because it's all local. All right, so and now we can use our generate. So generate should work now because the management cluster is there to respond. We didn't even have a cluster API answering our requests before. That's what the clusterctl init added, and now we have something listening on 6443 to our requests for. It's interesting because it's the same port as the kubectl stuff. So it's all interesting. So that's why it has to be a cluster, because it uses an API. Okay. So now please specify an infrastructure provider. Oh, it looks like we have to do this. I didn't default to it. Interesting. Infra. Wait. Uh-oh. I'm not in the namespace. That's why. Yeah. Or am I? Okay, config, get context. No, I should be there. Huh. Okay, so that's interesting. It didn't need that before. We need, was it infrastructure? What did it say it wanted? It doesn't know its type. What is it? Infrastructure provider? I can't remember. That's installed. We dealt with that. Okay. Infrastructure. Infra. You think it'll work? Fuck. You and you're having to. I don't know if this is Docker. Okay. I said infrastructure Docker. I specified a version. This is interesting. MiniKube had a much easier time doing this. Unable to identify a version for the provider Docker automatically. So this is a lie right here. That's a lie. So generate cluster Docker. The flags for init. Oh, maybe I didn't put it before, so now I can't tell it. Specify version. No, I think it used it. I think both of them take it. I wonder if because I didn't provide it, it's not saved. And so it didn't know to do Docker. I mean, it did all the other stuff fine. Let me try. So let's get rid of it. So let's drop that. Okay, this is great, right? No, wait. You could do kind delete. So cluster, we're going to delete that cluster real quick. I mean, that's how fast it is. This is the bootstrap cluster, right? So we're going to do all the steps. Create cluster. I think it's -n cappy. Is it N or L? I can't remember. It kind of has really horrible docs. I hate to say it. It does. Loggable verbosity, help. Create. I just did that. Create cluster dash dash help hash age. Create cluster image name. It's 2 dashes name. God damn it. Okay, cluster name CAPI. So, and okay, what we're going to do is we're going to do the cluster init this time, the clusterctl init, and then add the infrastructure and see if the generate needs it after that. Because I think it just inferred it, but it may have not cached the config setting. So the generate doesn't have what it needs. I'm just guessing. I don't know. So, yeah, context. Okay, kube control cluster info, context kind API. What's that? You can now user cluster. What? I don't understand. Oh, that's right. It doesn't change automatically for you. Yeah, it doesn't. I forgot about that. I forgot that it doesn't do that. It kind of is different than MiniKube. I got all this MiniKube shit in my head now. It's like, you never used it. Yeah, it's pretty fun. So there we go. We have Kubernetes control plane, debugging diagnosis cluster. Yeah. So I'm kind of out of my element again because I've been doing MiniKube so much lately. But now I should be able to do kconfig and all that. Get context. So, okay, we're in the right spot. We're in the defaults and everything. So we can do the kubectl, no, cap cluster API, clusterctl, init. But this time we're going to do infra Docker. And that's it. There's nothing more. That's going to inject the management cluster into kind CAPI bootstrap cluster, which is just a generic nothing in it cluster. And this is, so it's putting all the cert managers and everything, which is kind of cool. I mean, it's got a control plane, so it's got to have an etcd in there and everything. I'm really curious to poke around once we get this done and see how it manages control plane and all that. So there it said installation provider Docker version 1 target namespace CAPI systemd. All right, so and it tells us now that we don't need to do the other stuff. So I already have a generate before. Where is it? And I'm going to get rid of that inf Docker. I don't think we need it. So this is now to generate a new cluster using a template of a particular flavor, and we could actually specify directly the templates if we wanted to, and it's kind of like Helm for clusters, and that's a thing. That is a thing. So that's the next step, though. I don't want to get but that's coming. That's coming. So right now we're just using generic templates for dev cluster development, and then eventually I assume I'm going to be making templates or tweaking existing YAML files and making different clusters in a single file. This feels very much like what I imagine, Docker Compose or Customize would feel like, but I never learned those things. So holy shit, that was it. So it's because during init you have to do the infrastructure thing, otherwise it doesn't save it, and it can't do it, and then you can't pass it during the generate task. So now we have, this is a totally different API. This looks like Kubernetes. It's not. It's the API, but it's a cloud type, and the crazy thing is that there's actually these types are now. So it is. Let me take it back. This is Kubernetes, but these are all CRDs that were created by the management cluster. I was kind of getting excited. That is pretty damn cool. This means that in order to deploy this, they use Kubernetes to deploy this by having a management cluster. And inside the management cluster, they created a bunch of CRDs, custom resources to do this, so that when you this is why, look at these commands you can do after this. So I just have to apply this thing, right? This is fucking cool. I mean, this is cool. So 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 now we've got that all the stuff in there, but now look at all the extra types we have. Get, tab. Look at them. These are all of the CRDs created by the management cluster that are resources that use a Kubernetes API to do cluster management. Okay, the reason I'm excited, I'm smiling because I actually see how the yeah, like OpenShift Hive. I have a feeling it's inspired by that. This is definitely like layer upon layer, but I actually finally get the whole idea. If you could visualize it, you have a teeny tiny cluster that we just bootstrapped with kind that just the defaults in it that runs inside Docker. I know that freaks people out, but that's what it is. It's like having machines running inside of Docker. It's not, but it's what it's like. And then from there, we we use kubectl, kubectl init to inject an entire Kubernetes cluster into kind. Now we have to make a cluster with kind, but it says to transform it into a management cluster, which is I mean, you could put other things in there if you wanted to, because it separates them all off into their own namespaces. So if you wanted to, I like thinking of it more of as an injection instead of taking it over, right? So you have this tiny little bootstrap container, and then it gets injected with a Kubernetes cluster, logically called the management Kubernetes cluster inside of that cluster, and then you, when you write generate, you're actually calling the Kubernetes API against this management cluster to make other clusters. What's the Java div? Yeah, I agree. Orange Java naming world. It's probably true. Yeah. So this is the thing that's cool about this is, I mean, you have, look, config maps, right? You got all of the traditional resources from Kubernetes, but you have all these extra things that are like crazy. Like a Kubernetes control plane is a resource. I mean, I haven't been doing Kubernetes that long. It's been about a year now and half a year, but the ability to do get control plane, I mean, just think about that for a second. If you've been involved with Kubernetes at all, the idea that you could even write a statement get control plane, it just freaks me out. It's like this. This is what it's like. Yeah, this is me.
Your head explode.
It's a little loud. I mean, this is my head exploding.
Your head explode.
All right, I'm gonna make it softer.
Your head explode.
There we go. Seriously, that's like crazy. So get control plane. Hey, let's look at the properties of our control plane. This is people. I mean, wait, let's edit one. Oh my God, I can edit the control plane in real time. It's in kubectl. Because we have a kubeadm control plane type. Shit. This is so meta. It's just crazy. This is so meta. Oh my God. All references. It's a cluster. kubeadm spec. CF group. So replicas 3. Oh, look at this. It's got 3 replicas. Oh my God. Wait. Okay, get nodes. It only has 1 node? It has 1 node. Oh, you know why? Because we didn't tell it. No, wait. This is still the master, right? Did we do generate? Did we do apply or generate yet? I think we did. I can't remember where we are. Oh yeah. Okay. So yeah, we applied a thing. Where's my other nodes? Wait. I'm confused because I don't know what thing I'm pointing at. Okay. I'm not pointing at the new cluster. I'm not pointing at the new cluster. I have to add an entry for that. So that's the thing. I did the generate, right? And now I need to point to the new one. I did this already, right? So wait. K get cluster. Yeah, because now you can get a cluster. Oh, fuck! It's still provisioning. I was afraid of this. What the fuck? It's not. The last one got stuck on provisioning too. It didn't work. I'm kind of mad. Describe. Waiting for infrastructure. Infrastructure ready. False. Waiting for control plane. Info false. Okay, how do I fix that? Waiting for control plane. Docker cluster. It's a Docker cluster waiting for the control plane. Is it pulling shit down? I wonder if it is. I bet it's pulling images down. Well, what is Docker doing? This is another reason to do this because we can actually look at what Docker's doing. Got more visibility into it, right? Registry. Oh. I wonder if the registry's getting in the way. Oh, I bet that's it. No, because that affected the MiniKube one as well. What is it waiting on? Waiting for infrastructure. I need to figure this out. It's driving me crazy. I cannot put it down. I need to put it down and go do something else, but I cannot look away. You can also add a glance. I did that. We did that. You see output is similar to this. True. Initialize. No. We're waiting for our control plane to show up. What's up? It's because I didn't give it enough. Oh, you know what? All right. I'm going to try it this way. I'm literally going to copy this exact command. Yep. Because I think it's because of the other clone, the other stuff in there. That's what I think. Yep. I think it's because I think it's because it doesn't have enough nodes defined. I would guess. I don't know. So I already have init for the management cluster. So how do you get rid of them? ClusterCtl. Delete. Shit. Delete what? Core bootstrap control plane infrastructure should be specified. No. I want to. I mean, I don't know if it can manage them at the same time, so I'm trying to make room by getting rid of the other one. Get cluster. No. I have k get cluster. Yeah. So how do I get rid of it? ClusterCtl, which uses kubectl. Generate init move restore upgrade version restore help generate. How do I delete it? Delete core. At least one of core bootstrap control plane infrastructure should be specified or all. Oh, should we say? I mean, how do I? Is it? You know what? I think it's k delete cluster. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. And it's using the same kubectl commands because dev is just a resource. Oh my god. Get cluster. And now we have k-get cluster instead of pods. It's seriously, all of the same workflows are the same for like dealing with pods. Does more than YAML generation? No, I thought it did. No, you might miss that step. I actually did a kubectl apply to the YAML file. That's what happened. Yeah. Why is it taking so long though? This should not be taking this long. This is starting to worry me. It's like there's a lot of work going on that we can't see, and I don't know how to look into the work. Does that make sense? What if I do kinspec, describe? Is there logs? Cluster? It's not a cluster. Okay, so describe the cluster. It's not ready. I'm trying to take you down. Phase deleting. Observe generations. I don't see you deleting though. So okay, now I'm wondering how to undo all this stuff. And my fan just came on big time. I think I produced the loop somehow. Yep, I might lose my stream. Yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy. I don't know. What do you think? Let's try to get this. Okay, so I hope it. No, it can't kill it now. It can't delete it. Logs from cap. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely a Kubernetes implementation, so we can debug other problems the same way, right? So get -a resources in kind. Well, kind is a Docker thing, right? So it's running kubeadm cabg system. Running. I don't see any statuses, so we could go look for more problems, you know? Huh. Normally I would like go onto the node and see what's going on right here, right? But you can't, there's nothing to go on to. So I'd be like tailing the var log and all that. Maybe that's a kind machine thing. Kind loads images into nodes. Oh, I forgot about that. Kind get nodes. Let's go look at a node. Get nodes dash name cappy control plane. There we go. So let's try this. Let's do. See, this is confusing because this is a kind node. This isn't a Kubernetes node because there's no nodes here. Oh, I guess there is. All right. Well, let's do this. Okay, exec. Can I SSH into it? I don't know. Can you? I should be able to. I don't know if I can exec into it. IT cappy control. At least one command. It's not a container, it's a node. This would be an SSH thing. So that would be a Docker issue. Yeah. Interesting. There's only one node too. So, and it's called a cappy control plane. Okay, here we go. So Docker exec IT. Oh shit. Exec IT cappy control plane. I love that Docker is different than. Oh, there we are. We're on the node. kubeadm. So it's the kube API is running here. etcd is over here. Core DNS. Nice. Does it have kubeadm on here? Oh my god. That's exactly what I was missing from MiniKube. This is so cool. This is so cool. This is way better for learning. Oh my heck, this is so much better. I'm gonna make my own version of learning with this. I'm gonna write out all this stuff. This is amazing. This is 1,000 times better than. Well, I think kind does come with a node already, and it already had kubeadm on it. And if it didn't, you can provide the names and you can provide images to use with kind. I forgot about that part. So that actually may not be related to kubectl. That might be just a kind thing. I bet that's it. Okay, so what are we doing? We're doing certs. I just want to see the certs. kubeadm certs -- help. Oh boy. So we have the certs certifying. Oh, certification check expiration. That's it. Yep. This is the exact command that led me down this rabbit hole. I was trying. Our certs expired in etcd because we were doing independent etcd because it was old and it wasn't managed by internally Kubernetes. You never ever want to do that, by the way, because your certs will expire and you'll be surprised and your whole dev cluster will go down like it did for us for a day. But and I had nothing to do with setting that up. Any modern Kubernetes setup won't have that problem because every new version they update the expired certs automatically. The reason I'm saying this though is that I was unable to test expiration. What is it? Expiration date or something? Or check expiration. Expiration. There it is. All right. So this command, I went to go learn about this command. I was reading all about the kubeadm stuff to manage certificates. And I went to do it in MiniKube and it wasn't there. I did mkssh and I was on there and I was like, there's no kubeadm over here at all. And somebody at the time mentioned that kind had it, which is why I want to retry this whole thing without using clusterctl first later. Because that would suggest, at the time I was trying to decide whether kind or MiniKube is a better learning tool because it simulates a real environment more closely. If you don't have kubeadm and somebody asks you a question, okay, how do you provide check when your service is going to expire? You can't even practice it. You can't practice that with MiniKube, period. It's impossible to do it. So there are a lot of other things about MiniKube that I like. For example, the encapsulated network and all that stuff, and having to poke holes and use your own ingress and all that, which make it feel like a real thing because it's a virtual machine. But I'm now back to flopping back to to kind, because kind clearly, even if kind, I mean, I don't know if this is, we have to identify whether this ability to use a kubeadm cert expiration check and all that is a what's allowing this. Is it, if it's kind that it's allowing it, then I'm already sold on kind. I'll be back into kind, no problem. The main reason that I started using MiniKube is because like MiniKube is a replacement for Docker Desktop, which is not FOSS software, blah blah blah. But as I already recounted for you, the path for development for a beginner, I'm constantly thinking about that, and I was replacing kind with Docker Desktop with MiniKube. The now current, present, and future method of doing this, as of today, for me, both for my own usage and to recommend to others, is going to be step 1, install Docker Desktop. Step 2, install, if you're going to do Kubernetes stuff, install kind. Step 3, install clusterctl, and go to town. Go start learning all that stuff if you already know Linux. And then to the people who don't have Linux experience, the really great thing about that is that particular learning curve doesn't even require a Linux machine at all. You can do it entirely on a Mac, and there are many people who do. In fact, there's a lot of people who do all of this development from a Mac. And I what I feel about the Mac, or WSL2, they can do it from WSL2. Same thing. And by the way, if they do that, that solution will work even with the VPN bugs that exist, because I know it does. So I'm decidedly flopping back to kind at this point. The last piece of confirmation that I have to do. Well, let's try something else here. So we're still trying to figure out the logs here, because I can't pull up the server now. I know I can use KDK. So all right. So I'm looking for a method to start simulating firing up systems using kubeadm or kubespray or clusterctl. And as of this moment, kind comes with kubeadm, which means I can do all of that from it. So I'm gonna roll back. This has been a long session. I'm sorry, but I'm really going good here. In fact, I'm gonna wait and do a hard run tomorrow, which is what my watch tells me is an option. I have the coolest watch. It tells me whether I'm in recovery. It says you're ready for an easy training session, or you can wait another 29 hours and be able to do a hard training session, like hard training. So I guess this is really useful stuff, and it's raining outside, so I might even need clusterctl, because the thing of it is I want to be able to use the kubeadm commands for standing them up one at a time, for like debugging etcd and all this stuff. The part of me is like, okay, well, I'm just gonna use flavor dev with clusterctl and spin up an entire cluster. Well, you already get a cluster with kind, right? So you can go in there and kind of debug everything and look at what you need to and practice all your administration and all the stuff to get your certificates. But then in addition to that, if you need to create more standardized thing, it would be clusterctl after that. So actually, rather than continue down this debugging of clusterctl and why it's not running right now, which is kind of annoying me. I mean, because right now it's still trying to delete it. It's been running forever. I don't know why. I mean, to get a clean version of that, I probably need to. I'm gonna wipe my Docker. I got images and shit in this Docker container. Has been running forever in this Docker instance here, because I've just been doing all kinds of stuff in it. And this container. God, I'm seriously thinking about installing Podman at this point, because I mean, I was so anti-Podman before because it was like Red Hat and it was all systemd. You can do it on anything but Linux. And now the new path that I've just outlined, so you start out on Docker Desktop, which has whatever in it, right? And then you learn your Linux, you learn your kind, you learn all of that, and at some point you cut over to Linux. And when you're on Linux, then Podman's fine. And then you can put Podman on the system, and then you're not dealing with the Docker proprietary stuff anymore. And yeah, I mean, Containerd is the standard kind of built into Kubernetes still. That's still the default, it's not Podman. So I think Podman lets you swap out the container engines. I think it's not a specific container engine itself. Anyway, I've got some things to think about there. I don't think about it. But so right now what I'm going to do is I'm going to rip out all of the cluster stuff, and I'm going to go back to a clean kind installation, and I want to see if I can do the kubeadm cert command that tripped me up during my training to get to this, that triggered me. I was doing like regular stuff. It's Docker after all, just Docker RM. Yeah. That chef and done. Yeah. In this particular case, yes. I mean, that would really burn it, but that's actually what kind also does. So, yeah, and I really think that having people use Docker as a primary thing is more important than MiniKube, to tell you the truth. Because people are using Docker for all kinds of stuff that have nothing to do with Kubernetes still, and they will be for a long time. So knowing the standard Docker commands is key. And that means knowing the ecosystem and Docker Hub and all that. Even if you don't use it, you need to know about it, because that's where all the standard images come from. So that's actually really good, because that means that my original 2021 boost content, all 42 days of it on video, is relevant. It's still very relevant. It's probably going to be exactly the same path I'm going to follow again for this next kind of boost outline. And anyway, so let's do this. So kind kind get cluster. I mean, I know this is like really hardcore, but I can just do this. I can just kind delete cluster, and it will get rid of it. I think that cluster is already there, already gone. Clusters. No cluster name provided. Kind. Was it list? I don't remember any of my kind commands now. I don't. Kind get. I don't. Build complete, create, delete, export, get, load, nodes, clusters, CAPI. Oh. All right. So delete. I'm going to do it all in default kind cluster now. CAPI. No. It doesn't have nearly as good a completion though. That's so weird. Kind. Info verbosity deprecated -b. Create, delete, completion, export, get. Get clusters. No clusters. Get kubeconfig. No, I don't want that. Nodes. Do we have nodes? Nope. All right. So we're gonna make a new kind cluster. I wonder if it deleted the context by default. That would be interesting. It does. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, so kind create. I'm not gonna bother it with it. Cluster. I'm just gonna use the default cluster, which is named kind. So this is a Docker thing. If you like Docker PS, what's still running here? Okay, that's it. It's popping up. Let me get rid of the registry. I feel like that's not being used anymore. In fact, I know so. I was using it for a local registry for the workspaces. Yeah. Oh, I don't know, man. I guess I might have to keep that. That was one of the pieces of MiniKube that I think is done better. I kind of feel like I should put Portis on here though, because that's what we use at work, just so I can test it and stuff. It'd work against the API. Yeah, I was doing some Python against the API because we were trying to do some image validation. I probably should do that rather than put the plugin. The registry plugin's nice and everything, but yeah, but my workspace container tool is using the local registry, so it'd have to run on 5000. I have to put all my other stuff over there if we didn't have it there. Alrighty. So we've got a cluster. Okay, just a second here. Kind. Okay, get nodes. All right. So k exec it kind control plane. Oh wait, is it a Docker thing? I mean, I think it's both. Because it's in kind, right? Nope. Nope. It's a pod. You can't get on a node, Rob. It's a node. It's a fucking node. You can't get to the underlying system on a node. That's the whole point. So that's a Docker thing. God damn. All right. So Docker, but it's the same command. Just a Docker front. Yeah. And no, I wish they would get their act together in terms of like the commands to run. So here we go. Kubeadm cert check expiration. Yep, there we go. It's there. All right, so kind is all I need. I can hear the people, my friends who told me to use kind in the first place going, told you so. Right now, they're all saying told you so. They're all saying told you so. They don't, the reason I considered MiniKube is because I wanted a non-proprietary Windows and Mac option that was not Docker Desktop. That was the main convincing reason for me to look at MiniKube. And I still love MiniKube. Now I can say confidently that I like all of them. They all have different advantages that they bring to the table. But in terms of this sort of training and preparation that I want to do, but this leaves me kind of hanging because, I mean, I still don't know how to provision a system myself from the command line. You know, I mean, how do you do that with kind? You can't bring another node online. I don't think you can add a new node. You have to give it an image for kind to make it, because so you're providing an image, and then it fires up the image as opposed to building an image. So I guess the development would then become creating images and putting all the stuff on them using kubeadm, and I don't even know how you would do that. Can you use kubeadm to provision a new node from kind? What's the command for that? God, I'm like really going off the deep end today. But what is the normal command for that? So, I mean, you have to have a machine, but there's no machines in Docker. So you would have to be able to add a node, like a machine node. Create. It's going to be node. Watch it be node. Do they have node? Cluster is it? They don't. They don't have it. Huh. That's interesting. What I'm trying to do is trying to figure out what is the equivalent of bringing another machine online if you're trying to set up, a simulate, bring up a bare bones cluster. Load images into nodes. Oh, so it's load. Wait 1 second. Load images to nodes. All right, kind, load, Docker image. A list of image names is required. We need to load a Docker image. So I'm gonna have to make a Docker image. How do I make a Docker image in the first place? I mean, I know I've never used. Okay, so I've identified some things I need to work with. I know throwing around image files is a thing. We do it all the time at work, but I've never got into that. I've only recently, a couple 3 months, made my first workstation images, workspace images, and Docker images in general. So there's a skill I'm missing, which is related to dealing with images, pulling an image as a file, and then running that image as a node. And in fact, I'm going to try to do that right now with my workspace image. So Docker, would it be get images? So I got tons and tons of images. So what I'm going to try to do, oh, look at that. There's the kindest node image. It's already there. I wonder, okay, so if we did kind, load, Docker image. Oh, it has to be a file. I wonder if we could just do this. Nope. Image archive. What's an image archive? I don't know. All right, kind, load, help. I'll go help. Docker image loads Docker images from host into nodes. Load Docker image from archive into nodes. All right, how do I get an image archive? Docker image push print save tag import. How about export? pull. I know I use all those things. Inspect ls load build. What is build? I mean, I don't know. How do I create a Docker image file? Writing Docker files. I know how to do a Docker file. That's not what I'm talking about. I want the image. I can create a Docker image from a container. The Docker create command will create a new container for us from the command line. Here's what we do. I don't want that. How to build an image with Docker file. I know how to do that. I know how to build it. I want the image file. Docker image for deploying your code assembly image files. Export Docker image file. Docker images from one host to another. Ooh, it sounds. Is it save? Is that a thing? Oh. Oh. Could it be that easy? I didn't know that. So save. Can I make nodes on Alpine? I'm gonna try it. Carol refused to save to a terminal. Use a -o flag. Okay, -o Alpine image. Alrighty. What does this thing look like even? Oh my god. Why should it just be a tarball? What does file have to say? POSIX tarball. I called it. It's a tarball. All right. So, okay. All right. I just learned something today, like a lot, obviously. Basic stuff. You guys are like, oh my god, this dude. I'm having fun. I don't know about you. Okay, so I'm gonna import this sucker. You know what I love the most about this is it's like all the fun stuff from having your own Linux lab with all the hassle of the hardware. So you can just like move shit around and do magic. All right, so kind load Alpine image. Oh wait. We need Docker whatever, right? Yeah. Not present locally. Bullshit. Must not be the file then. I wonder if it grabs it straight out of Docker. I'm starting to think it does. It does. It grabs it straight out of Docker. Holy shit. I didn't even need to do the load, but I learned something anyway. Image Alpine, not yet present on node, kind control plane loading. This, you know what this means? Yeah. I have one node. Why is it not doing it? Wait. Image Alpine with blah, not yet present on node, kind control plane loading. Okay, get nodes. Why not? What did you wrong? Does it have to be a specific kind of image? Must be. I don't know. Docker PS, what's up? Okay, nothing new there. I'm gonna have to learn about kind more. Now that I get what's up. So yeah. It doesn't feel like it loaded it. Found to be already present on all nodes. And you know what it's doing? Oh, it's not doing at all what we thought. It's downloading. It's putting into the container engine on the logical node the image that's there. It's just not creating a node. No. So we have to figure out how to create a node in kind. So how to create I think you have to put it in the original spec and throw the other cluster away. Create a new node in kind. And then you have to build the image. Kind get nodes won't show you what's in the local image repo. Right, Tanya. Hi, good to see you. What we're trying to do right now is kind loads the images into the local. Yeah, we just figured that out. It took us like 20 minutes, but we figured it out. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to add nodes to an existing kind cluster. And that I'm not sure can be done. I think you have to actually chuck the cluster and make a new one to get, and then set the node images and then build out your images the way you want. Right? What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to use kind to simulate setting up a node with kubeadm. And since kubeadm is in the control plane on the master control plane node, I can do that. I can do that and get away without having to think rather Docker image style. Yeah. So that's the goal, just so you know. So the question is, what's the equivalent in kind, speak, of bringing a node online? Now we know, I know that kind can take a number of images. You just create a new cluster, okay? Because I know that it can take one, but what I'm wondering is if you could adapt the one that's currently exists and say, okay, we want to plug a new node in here or something. It seems like the answer is no. But I don't know the path. Yeah, that's what I was just looking to do. So there's create cluster, how to dynamically create new nodes and links. No, fuck no. Kubernetes. I mean, if this doesn't hit right away, we'll just stick with a new cluster and be done with it. I mean, the way to, yeah, actually, I think I just answered my question. So for a beginner, let's say, oh my God, and so many things are opening up to my eyes for education here in kind. Because you can create a kind configuration file and a couple images, right? And you can say, and the images could just be Red Hat images, right? You can say, I want you to bring this up with these images, and it will bring it up with the nodes with the images. What I wanted to not do, see quick start advanced section. The connection is too poor to listen. I'm out and about. So okay. So the problem that I have is that I have the feeling if we indicate the nodes when we first build the kind cluster, that it's going to automatically put kubeadm and everything on them. And I don't want that. I want them to just be plain old Linux systems that I then bring online, that I then say, hey, I want you to be on. I want to take out that kind automation, extra config for cluster needed to get more nodes. Yeah, I know that part I know. But what I'm afraid of, and we're about to test this, what I'm afraid of is if we actually add more nodes, it's going to automatically put kubeadm and everything on them. And I actually don't want that. I want to do something that's very uncommon. I want to do the extra work. So I want kind to know that this container over here is on the same network and everything, all the stuff the other kind set up. But I want it to not have a kubeadm on it. I want it to not have, a kubelet. And honestly, I don't even want it to necessarily have its own containerd in it. Which I don't know how I don't know how that would even happen. Because it's all running inside of Docker, which means you'd probably have to mount a socket to get it. Or if you want another good thing. I don't think what I'm trying to do is going to be possible. But I really want it to be possible. Because it's like, I want to provision a node by creating an image up front. And maybe that's the way to do it. Maybe the way to do it is to just focus your time on building the Docker file that would make an image that contains all this stuff, and that be your training. And then when you're building hardware out, you just build hardware that identically matches your Docker file, and then you could emulate anything that can be any operating system that could be run from Docker. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. I mean, clearly that we're not going to be able to test some of we're not going to be able to learn some of the hands-on hardware techniques unless we actually have hardware, and that's a given, right? If I want to put Rancher on something, I mean, I can put Rancher on something right now and have it not be even a physical machine. But if I wanted to put something on a physical machine It'd be a different thing. I'm just wondering if I can cover all the bases education-wise using kubeadm. Now that I know that kind comes with kubeadm on it, and MiniKube doesn't. I mean that question's already gone. Question's already gone. I'm done with MiniKube for the foreseeable future because it doesn't even come with kubeadm on it, and you don't have permission to install it. You'd have to be installing an extra. And oftentimes I want to test the kubeadm command without being attached to anything, and kind allows me to do that. So yeah, extra config for cluster, yes. So, but the question is, what are they going to be? Creating nodes using Kubernetes API. Yeah. And then there's this whole idea of popping up a node using the cluster API, which is what started us on down this whole thing, right? Create a node in a master's data model. So from it to okay, let's read this one. API available generating nodes using JSON. So far my attempts have failed. Actually, if you note that I am using the kubectl proxy. I mean, strictly speaking, we should be able to use several hardware machines and plug them into the network and poke a hole for that network. Yeah, we should be able to do a hybrid with a cloud and Kubernetes. I mean, with like a LAN-based hardware and also kind-based nodes. We should be able to make both of those work. All of this effort, by the way, is really educational. So I do sometimes watch anime, but not lately. Some of my attempts have failed. kubectl proxy to access the API. I managed to create application controllers. Okay, can anyone assist? It's like I can't imagine. I'm getting tired now because I've been here for 3.5 hours, like literally for 3.5 hours, not standing up, not eating, not drinking. My ass is really sore, but I am like on fire. It turns out that I only created the abstract currency for a node. Kubernetes control. This is how I am, by the way. I'll go like a long time without doing anything, and then I'll be like totally like manically obsessed with something until I get it down. And now I feel like this has been one of the greatest learning sessions I've had in the last month and a half or so. So I'm really excited about control API or cluster API. Control manager server. Okay, it turns out that I only need to create the abstract for a node, and the Kubernetes control manager server took it down after not finding the resource allocated for it. Okay, and found a link allowing it. Quote, Kubernetes will need to run both ways. Scenario A user provisions node calls post to inform Kubernetes of node existence. B, user called post to indicate desire for node. Node manager contacts cloud provider to allocate node. Yeah, that's all happening in clusterctl. Get services. You can add new nodes to your cluster by resizing the manage instance group containing your nodes. Are you referring to? Nope. RESTful API. Create node. Is there any way to resize the cluster? I would like to be able to. This API is used to create a node and master data model. I create a script in a root Kubernetes directory. Cluster cube up. I don't know. I don't like that answer. Quick start multi-node local Kubernetes. All right, let's read this. Kind of allows you to run Kubernetes locally. Create a multi-node Kubernetes cluster. Local machine is a great tool. To do a quick prototype. Check out official docs. Duplicate a running container. I think that's a great idea. Yeah. I mean, the Docker container, right? I mean, that would be the closest equivalent to copying another hardware image, would it not? Because if Docker containers are the equivalent of hardware machines in this case, then the closest process clone, business process clone would be we're going to, ghost and burn another image or something. And the problem, as long as they're all on the same network, and actually that's interesting because that would mean we would have to understand Docker networking, which is already a good thing we have to know, right? So if I think you're onto something here. I think you're definitely onto something here because we could, that would already take care of all the, we could inspect all the networking with Docker. Docker gives us a lot of observability and vision, you know, a lot of, you know, ability to see what the network is. So, so here, let's just explore these steps for a second. So we could make, a Kubernetes cluster. No, we can make a kind cluster, but we set an image for it. I mean, first of all, we have to understand if we put an image, is it going to inject other shit in there? I have a feeling it is. It might not though. It might not. It might say, no, here's your node, but it ain't set up at all. You got to do all your kubeadm stuff. If that's true, then that's like fucking gold, because then we can make kind YAML files that emulate training scenarios. Think about that for a second. If that's true, and I absolutely think it is, because kind is developed to provide integrated testing and CI/CD and all that stuff for Kubernetes itself, and it's regularly used inside of clusters to do Kubernetes development testing within a cluster. If that's true, then we can actually create learning scenarios with kind.yaml files, because we'll be able to say, all right, you need 3 Red Hat boxes and the control plane, and boom, it's like, run this script and now go in there and set up all the rest of it. And you can have any level of incremental changes to that whole thing as well, because you could have, and then, so you can't figure it out or whatever, bring the whole thing down, do it again. So you could actually, you just run, kind create and then point at the YAML file, and you do another one, and then what? Then we have another image that's got a few more components installed on it, and those images are all maintained as Docker files. Do you see what I'm going with this? Because you could actually create learning scenarios in kind that are their own Git repos that include the Docker file for the images, for the node images, and in every other way, the configuration of the system would be identical. I mean, we'd have to. There's a couple steps that would be different. So, I mean, connecting to the nodes, for example, whether or not SSH is enabled on them or not. But if you poke some holes through the kind network, then they could actually simulate SSHing into the node and going onto the node and doing all of its config and everything, getting kubeadm on, install kubelet, whatever. And then while it's all running, and then, getting, exiting. I mean, you could, I have a feeling you could simulate every fucking step of the way, like everything, every single thing. This all rests on one thing that we have to understand. Does kind fuck with the image that we provide? Does it try to make it help us out and put kubelet on there and all that? And install the Docker container, which I imagine it would. Yeah. And the images that we create for this, by the way, are, I bet it does. The real question is how is it going to do that? Because the nodes have to have access to Docker. They have to have a container image. It's part of the fundamental definition of a container, of a node. And if a node doesn't have a container image, or the machine hosting the node technically, so if it doesn't have so how are they implementing them? Are they binding and pushing through the var sock dockerd, or the whatever, the var run docker.sock, or something like that? What is it? I can't remember. If they are, then they probably have access to everything else already. So there's no way to know that except for doing the image thing. I'm really enjoying this path, and I'm going to take a break. I'm actually going to stop this video now, and take a pretty significant break. But I'm going to come back, and I'm going to be doing this tonight. I have no agenda tonight, and I am like totally on fire to learn this stuff. So I might end up spending the whole night doing Kubernetes training, and then I'll just change my session for tomorrow to another time. But I need to break this up because this video is already going to be like 3.5 hours long. So I'll get this one out, and I'll get it started to be updated, and I'll talk to you guys in a little bit later. Twitch streamers, Twitch people, if you want to hang out and listen to meditative music or something while my things are uploading, I don't know when I'll be back. It'll probably be, I'm going to guess, I honestly don't know. It might be a couple hours. But I really want to come back and test this out, because if this turns out to be true, my learning labs that I've been doing for Jupyter Hub and stuff are now, I've got all the pieces in place to make this happen for anybody. And they can just download everything and say, okay, now go do this task. And this works. This is really important because this is a big part of where my Occam's badge idea is coming up. Occam's credentials, the open credential merit system that I've been working on, which fundamentally has do this task or do this thing, and having that set up in advance is a big part of where I want to go overall with my own learning, but also helping others to learn it by covering as many bases as I can ahead of time so they don't have to know all the pieces at once and just focus on the one piece. So I'm gonna see you. Bye.